In a world where fortunes were made on land, one man chose the oceans and turned steel into power. His name was Daniel K. Ludwig. Born in Michigan to immigrant parents, he left school early and learned business the hard way through risk, failure, and relentless persistence. He started with tugboats and barges, mastering logistics long before the world understood its value. While others chased headlines, Ludwig chased scale, building ships bigger, faster, and cheaper than anyone thought possible. He revolutionized global shipping, pioneering supertankers and reshaping how oil and goods moved across the planet. From shipyards to oil fields, from hotels to agriculture, his empire stretched quietly across continents. He avoided Wall Street, distrusted bankers, and financed his ambitions on his own terms. To the public, he was invisible. To competitors, he was unstoppable. He believed efficiency was power, secrecy was protection, and size was destiny. At his peak, he controlled one of the largest privately held business empires in history. Yet he lived simply, spoke little, and cared more about control than recognition. How did a high school dropout become one of the most powerful industrialists the world has ever known? And why did a man who built global systems choose to remain almost unknown? This is the story of Daniel K. Ludwig, the quiet titan who ruled the seas and built an empire far from the spotlight. Welcome to Richie Rich Stories. The steam whistle of the Great Lakes freighter cut through the fog like a warning, a mournful blast that rolled across the slate-gray water toward the Michigan shore. On the docks of Port Huron, a small boy with watchful eyes stood motionless, transfixed by the massive iron hull materializing from the mist. Daniel Ludwig had spent hours observing these behemoths, studying their movements, their crews, the invisible economics that powered them across the vast inland seas. It was 1906, and at 9 years old, Daniel had already decided school held nothing more for him. The classroom felt like a cage, the lessons disconnected from the world of commerce and survival that fascinated him. South Haven, where he was born to a modestly successful real estate agent father, had provided shelter but little guidance for his restless mind. The family lived at the precarious edge of lower middle-class respectability, comfortable enough to avoid hunger, not comfortable enough to escape the constant awareness that fortune was a fickle master. "You there, boy," a gruff voice called from the gangplank. "Make yourself useful or make yourself scarce." Daniel stepped forward without hesitation. "I can work, sir." The mate, a weathered man with calloused hands and tobacco-stained teeth, looked down skeptically. "Can you now? And what would your mother say about that?" "She'd say I'm meant to earn my keep," Daniel replied, the lie coming easily. In truth, his mother would be frantic, but necessity had taught Daniel early that sentimentality was a luxury for those with money to spare. The mate considered him for a long moment. $8 a month, meals included. You'll bunk with the deckhands and learn quick, or find yourself back on this dock when we make port. That night, as the freighter cut through the dark waters of Lake Huron, Daniel lay awake in his narrow bunk. Around him, men snored and muttered in their sleep. Swedes, Finns, Poles, Irish, their accents as varied as their stories. The air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, tobacco, and the omnipresent scent of coal smoke. Through the small porthole, he could see nothing but blackness, yet he felt a curious sense of liberation. School had taught him to read and write and calculate, but the freighter would teach him how the world actually worked. By the summer of 1908, Daniel had grown 2 inches taller and immeasurably older in experience. At 11, he moved with the confidence of someone who understood the hierarchy of the lakes. From coal stokers to captains, from junior engineers to the invisible ship owners who collected profits from offices in Cleveland and Buffalo. "Watch and learn," an old engineer named Mackey advised him one evening as they stood in the thundering engine room. "The owners stay dry, the crews get wet, and only the man who understands both sides ever gets ahead." Daniel nodded, absorbing the lesson. He had spent his first year performing the menial tasks assigned to boys, scrubbing decks, carrying messages, fetching coffee for officers. But his quiet intelligence and unflagging work ethic had caught Mackey's attention. The engineer, childless and nearing retirement, had taken an uncharacteristic liking to the serious boy who asked questions about pressure gauges and valve tolerances. "Come here," Mackey said, leading Daniel to a diesel engine that had been partially disassembled for maintenance. "You want to understand ships? Start with what drives them." In the weeks that followed, Daniel spent every free moment in the engine room. While other boys his age played stickball in Michigan schoolyards, he learned the mysteries of combustion, efficiency, and mechanical advantage. At night, by lamplight, he taught himself to read the repair manuals and technical journals Mackey lent him. "You're a strange one, Ludwig," remarked a deckhand named Calloway, watching Daniel pore over a dense text about hull design. "Most boys dream of adventure. You dream of machinery."
Daniel looked up, his expression serious beyond his years. "Adventure doesn't pay dividends." Calloway laughed, but there was discomfort in it. "You're 11 years old. What do you know about dividends?"
"More every day," Daniel replied, returning to his book. The winter of 1910 brought the worst gales in memory. Lake Huron turned treacherous, its surface whipped into mountains of water that could swallow vessels whole. Daniel, now 13 and serving as an unofficial apprentice engineer, stood watch in the engine room as their freighter battled through waves that threatened to tear the hull apart. "Keep her steady," the chief engineer bellowed over the roar of the engines and the howl of the wind. "If we lose power now, we're dead men." Daniel moved with calm precision, adjusting valves as instructed, monitoring pressure gauges with unwavering focus. Around him, grown men prayed or cursed as the ship groaned and shuddered. He felt no fear, only a clinical interest in the forces at work, both natural and mechanical. Later, as they limped into the safety of harbor, the captain himself sought Daniel out. "The chief says you kept your head when men twice your age were losing theirs," he said, studying the boy with new respect. "That's rare." Daniel accepted the compliment with a nod. "Thank you, sir." "Got any family worried about you back home?" A shadow passed over Daniel's face. His father had written only once in the past year, a terse note mentioning a failed real estate venture and remarriage. His mother's whereabouts remained unknown, and his brother had found work in Detroit's nascent automobile factories.
"No, sir. No one waiting." The captain nodded, understanding more than was said. "Then you'd better learn everything this life can teach you. The lakes are unforgiving, but they reward those who master them." That night, watching the lights of Port Huron from the deck, Daniel made a private vow. He would not merely survive on the lakes, he would understand every aspect of the shipping business, from the engine room to the ledger books, from navigation to negotiation. Knowledge, he was learning, was the only capital that could never be taken away. By 1913, at 16, Daniel had grown into a lean young man with calloused hands and eyes that missed nothing. He had graduated from engine room apprentice to junior mate, his promotion accelerated by an uncanny ability to anticipate mechanical failures and navigate efficiently through fog and storm. "Ludwig," called the purser one spring morning as they loaded cargo in Chicago. "Captain wants to see you." In the captain's quarters, a rare summons, Daniel found not only the familiar figure of Captain Hargrove, but also a well-dressed gentleman with the unmistakable bearing of wealth and authority. "This is Mr. Whitcomb," the captain said. "He owns 3 vessels on the lakes, including this one. He's been asking about you." Daniel stood straight, meeting the shipowner's appraising gaze without deference or nervousness. "Sir." Whitcomb smiled slightly. "Captain Hargrove tells me you've developed quite a reputation, young man, self-educated in diesel engines, navigation, and apparently now taking an interest in our cargo manifests and financial statements." There was a question beneath the statement. Daniel answered it directly. "I believe in understanding the entire operation, sir. An engine doesn't work if you remove any essential part." "And you see shipping as a complete machine?" "Yes, sir. Hull design affects fuel consumption. Crew management affects maintenance costs. Contract terms affect profitability. Everything connects." Whitcomb exchanged a glance with the captain before turning back to Daniel. "How would you like to spend some time in my Cleveland office, learning the business side directly?" Daniel felt a surge of satisfaction, carefully concealed behind his stoic expression. "I'd appreciate the opportunity, sir." As he left the cabin, he heard Whitcomb remark to the captain, "Unusual young man, never seen someone his age with such focus." "You don't know the half of it," Hargrove replied. "Doesn't drink, doesn't carouse in port, saves every penny. The crew thinks he's either a saint or simple." "He's neither," Whitcomb said. "He's calculating." The Cleveland office of Whitcomb Shipping occupied the 3rd floor of a solid brick building overlooking the harbor. Here, amid ledgers and telegrams, Daniel received his education in the financial architecture of maritime commerce. He observed how long-term contracts created stability, how insurance mitigated risk, how capital depreciation affected tax liability. "The mistake most captains make when they try to become owners," Whitcomb explained one evening as they reviewed the quarterly statements, "is thinking courage matters more than collateral." Daniel nodded, absorbing the lesson. "They bet everything on a single voyage." "Precisely. Shipping isn't gambling, it's mathematics over time. The margins are thin, the risks substantial, but the formula works if you secure long-term commitments and manage your debt properly." For 6 months, Daniel worked from dawn until midnight, mastering the invisible ledger behind every ton of cargo that crossed the Great Lakes. He lived in a spare room above a chandlery, ate simple meals, and spent nothing on entertainment or comfort. His few possessions, work clothes, technical manuals, and a growing collection of navigational charts, fit easily in a single sea chest. The other clerks in Whitcomb's office found him strange, a teenager who declined invitations to vaudeville shows and dance halls, who never spoke of girls or baseball, whose sole focus seemed to be the accumulation of knowledge. "What do you do for pleasure, Ludwig?" asked a fellow clerk named Peterson one payday, as the others prepared for a night on the town. Daniel looked up from the shipping contract he was studying. "This is my pleasure." Peterson shook his head in bewilderment. "You're the oddest duck I've ever met. All work and no play." "I'm not working," Daniel replied with rare animation. "I'm building something." "Building what?" But Daniel merely returned to his papers, unwilling or unable to articulate the vision taking shape in his mind. A vision of control, of independence, of mastery over the economic forces that had shaped his childhood. By early 1915, as Europe descended into the chaos of the Great War, 17-year-old Daniel Ludwig had completed his informal apprenticeship in both the practical and financial aspects of shipping. Captain Hargrove, stopping in Cleveland to consult with Whitcomb, barely recognized his former crew member. "You look more like a banker than a sailor now," he observed, noting Daniel's clean shirt and neatly trimmed hair. "I'm neither," Daniel replied, "or perhaps both." They walked along the Cleveland docks, watching as cargo was loaded onto lake freighters. The war in Europe had increased demand for American goods, and shipping rates were rising accordingly. Daniel observed the activity with calculating eyes, seeing not just vessels and crates, but opportunities and leverage points. "I hear Whitcomb has offered you a permanent position in his office," Hargrove said. "Good money for someone your age." Daniel nodded. "He has. But you're not taking it." It wasn't a question. After years at sea, Hargrove had developed an instinct for the currents that moved men's hearts. He could see the restlessness in his former crewmen, the hunger that no salaried position could satisfy. "No," Daniel confirmed. "I'm grateful for what he's taught me, but I need to move on." "To where?" Daniel gazed out at the lake, his expression revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. "East. New York Harbor, probably. The ocean trades offer more opportunity than the lakes." "Going to sea again?" A faint smile crossed Daniel's face. "In a manner of speaking. But this time, I want to own the vessel, not just work on it." Hargrove raised an eyebrow. "That takes capital, son. The kind of capital few men your age possess." "I've been saving. Almost every dollar since I was 9 years old, and I've been studying how to leverage what I have." The captain studied him with new respect. Most young men would have spent their earnings on saloons and women, especially with war looming and an uncertain future ahead. But Daniel had focused on his objective with monastic discipline, denying himself even small comforts in service of his ambition. "You know," Hargrove said slowly, "in all our years together, I don't believe I ever saw you truly celebrate anything. No birthdays, no holidays, nothing." Daniel considered this. There wasn't anything worth celebrating yet. And when will there be? For a moment, the mask of self-control slipped, and Hargrove glimpsed the fierce ambition that drove the young man, not just to succeed, but to transcend the limitations of his origins through sheer force of will. "When I've built something that can't be taken away," Daniel said quietly, "when I control enough that I never have to depend on the goodwill of others again." As they parted ways at the end of the dock, Hargrove offered his hand. "The lakes taught you how to work, Ludwig. I hope the ocean teaches you how to live." Daniel shook the offered hand firmly. "The work is the life, Captain. I learned that from you." He walked away without looking back, a solitary figure moving with purpose toward a future he had already mapped out in his methodical mind. Behind him lay the great lakes that had been his school, the harsh apprenticeship that had forged his character. Ahead lay New York Harbor, the Atlantic, and a world of opportunity for a young man who had learned early that control was the only true security. The lessons of those early years, frugality, self-reliance, and the power of long-term thinking, would guide him through the decades to come, shaping not just his fortunes but his very identity. The boy who had left elementary school at 9 to work on lake freighters had disappeared. In his place stood a calculating young man poised to begin building an empire founded not on inheritance or luck, but on an uncompromising vision of how the world worked and his place within it. The Port Huron winter of 1916 bit with sharp teeth. Ice rimmed the edges of the St. Clair River, and the gray water churned with a particular violence that only the locals recognized as normal. Daniel Ludwig stood on the wooden dock, hands thrust deep in the pockets of his threadbare coat, watching his breath form clouds in the frigid air. At 19, his face already carried the weathered look of someone who had spent years on the water, because he had. The Adalia sat before him, a steam tanker past her prime. Most men would see only rust and peeling paint, a vessel one rough season away from the scrapyard. Daniel saw something else, possibility floating on water, waiting for the right hands to guide her. "She ain't much to look at," said the broker beside him, a round man with red cheeks who kept stamping his feet against the cold. "But the boiler's sound. Had it inspected last month." Daniel nodded, saying nothing. He'd already examined every inch of the Idalia himself, crawling through her engine room, inspecting her hull plates, testing valves and gauges. The vessel needed work, but nothing he couldn't handle himself. $5,000, the broker continued, his voice carrying across the empty dock. Owner wants her gone before spring. $5,000 might as well have been $5 million to most boys Daniel's age. Nearly 3 years' wages for a skilled tradesman. A fortune for someone who had left school at 9 to work the lake freighters. "I'll take her," Daniel said quietly. The broker laughed, then stopped when he saw Daniel's expression hadn't changed. "Son, you got that kind of money?" "I will by tomorrow." The Port Huron Banking Company stood on Military Street, its limestone facade and brass fixtures projecting the solidity that Americans expected of institutions handling their money. Daniel had washed his face, combed his hair, and borrowed a tie that felt like a noose around his neck. He carried a single sheet of paper containing projections, routes, and potential charter income. Mr. Whiting, the loan officer, studied Daniel across his oak desk. A brass spittoon sat nearby, occasionally receiving the man's tobacco juice with a metallic ping. The office smelled of leather-bound ledgers, wood polish, and the faint sweetness of pipe smoke. "Let me understand this, Mr. Ludwig," Whiting said, tapping the paper. "You want $5,000 to purchase a vessel that, by your own admission, is 17 years old." "Yes, sir." "And you have no collateral except the vessel itself." "And my personal guarantee," Daniel added, "plus the charter contracts I've already arranged." This last point made Whiting look up sharply. "You've secured charters without owning the vessel?" "Yes, sir. 3 months of molasses runs between here and Chicago. The sugar refineries are desperate for transport. The war in Europe." "I'm aware of what the war has done to shipping rates," Whiting interrupted. He leaned back in his chair, studying the young man before him. "Most speculators are buying vessels with no plan beyond hoping rates continue to rise." "I'm not a speculator," Daniel said, his voice steady. "I've worked these waters since I was 9. I can operate the Adalia myself, cut crew costs to the bone, handle my own maintenance. The charter income will pay off your loan in 6 months. I've calculated fuel consumption, port fees, everything." Whiting was silent for a long moment. Outside the window, horse-drawn carts and the occasional automobile passed along the street. Finally, he reached for his pen. "I shouldn't do this," he said, "but there's something about you, Ludwig. You'll get your loan secured against the vessel and your personal guarantee." Daniel nodded, betraying no emotion, though inside a warm current of vindication flowed through him. This wasn't luck. This was the culmination of a decade of watching, learning, calculating. "You won't regret it, Mr. Whiting." "See that I don't. I'm trusting character over collateral here, young man." For 3 months, Daniel barely slept. He lived aboard the Idalia, spending days navigating the vessel through the increasingly busy shipping lanes and nights repairing her aging systems by lamplight. His hands, already calloused from years of work, cracked and bled in the cold as he overhauled the steam engine, replaced valves, and patched leaky pipes. The Adalia carried molasses from Chicago back to eastern ports, the thick, dark liquid filling her tanks. The war in Europe had created strange market distortions. Molasses now commanded premium prices as it was used for industrial alcohol production, crucial for manufacturing explosives. One dawn in early spring, as Daniel stood at the wheel guiding the Adalia into New York Harbor, he allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction. The city rose before him, a jagged silhouette against the pink-orange sky. Smokestacks, church spires, and the first generation of true skyscrapers formed a man-made mountain range that seemed to grow each time he visited. New York, the center of it all, money, opportunity, connections. Daniel had begun making inquiries about office space near the harbor, nothing fancy, just a place where brokers could find him, where deals were made. A shipbroker named Harrington met him at the dock, a thin man with spectacles and a perpetual air of nervous energy. "Ludwig, perfect timing," Harrington said, not bothering with pleasantries. "I've got a buyer interested in coastal tankers, War Department supplier, offering premiums for quick delivery." Daniel tied off the last mooring line. "The Adalia isn't for sale." "Everything's for sale at the right price. He's offering $5,800. Daniel paused, mental calculations clicking through his mind like an adding machine. $800 profit after just 3 months. But more important than the sum was what it represented, confirmation that his model worked. "Have the papers ready tomorrow," Daniel said. Within a week, Daniel had secured another bank loan, this time for a slightly larger tanker called the Osprey. The process repeated. Secure the charter contracts first, use them to obtain financing, operate the vessel at minimal cost, then sell at a premium to buyers desperate for tonnage. By April 1917, when the United States finally entered the Great War, Daniel had flipped 3 vessels and had begun to assemble a small permanent fleet. He maintained no office beyond a rented desk in a shabby building near the New York docks, kept no staff beyond the minimal crews required by maritime law, and lived in a Spartan boarding house that cost $3 a week. The waterfront teemed with activity. Longshoremen, sailors, brokers, and hustlers of every description moved through the narrow streets. The air carried a complex mixture of coal smoke, salt water, coffee from the warehouses, and the indefinable scent of money changing hands. Ship whistles shouted orders, and the constant clanking of loading equipment created a symphony of commerce that never ceased. One evening, as Daniel sat at his desk reviewing charter proposals, a broker named Mendelssohn appeared, hat in hand. "Ludwig, got a minute?" Daniel glanced up, then returned to his papers. "1 minute. Standard Oil's looking for small tankers for the Gulf Run. War Department's commandeered half their fleet. They're offering 3-year charters, guaranteed rates." Now Daniel set down his pencil. "Terms? Better than market. They need reliability more than they need savings right now." "How many vessels?" "They'll take as many as you can provide, within reason." Daniel nodded slowly. Long-term contracts with a company like Standard Oil meant stability, predictable cash flow, and, most importantly, leverage with the banks for further expansion. "Draw up the paperwork," he said. "I'll have 3 vessels available by month's end." By 1920, Daniel had established himself as a reliable, if small-scale, player in the coastal shipping business. His fleet had grown to 6 vessels, all operating under tight financial discipline and secured with charter contracts before he committed capital. He maintained his pattern of personal oversight, examining every vessel himself, reviewing every contract, calculating fuel consumption and maintenance schedules without delegation. Prohibition arrived that January, bringing with it unexpected consequences for the shipping industry. Molasses prices soared as bootleggers required it for rum production, and the brief post-war shipping bubble began to deflate, leaving many over-leveraged operators exposed. Daniel sat in a dockside cafe on South Street, nursing a cup of coffee that had grown cold. Across from him sat Harrington, the broker who'd helped him sell his first vessel. "Half the operators who jumped in during the war boom will be bankrupt by Christmas," Harrington said, stirring sugar into his coffee. "They bought at the peak, financed to the hilt, and now rates are collapsing." "They bought hulls hoping the market would save them," Daniel replied. "I buy cash flow." Harrington smiled. "Philosophy won't matter if that hurricane brewing off Hatteras catches any of your boats." Daniel set down his cup. "What hurricane?" 2 days later, Daniel stood on the Brooklyn side of the harbor, watching sheets of rain turn the world gray. Somewhere out there, the Merrimack, one of his newer acquisitions, was fighting her way up the coast, carrying fuel oil from Norfolk. The wireless reports had been sporadic, then silent. For 3 days, Daniel barely left the harbormaster's office, waiting for news. On the 4th morning, the call came. The Merrimac had gone down off Cape Fear. The crew had been rescued by a passing freighter, but the vessel and cargo were lost. In his small rented room that night, Daniel sat at a desk covered with papers, insurance policies, outstanding loans, charter obligations now impossible to fulfill. The Merrimac had represented nearly a quarter of his fleet's capacity and had been leveraged as collateral for his most recent expansion. The single gas lamp cast long shadows across the walls as Daniel methodically worked through the numbers. The insurance would cover some of the loss, but not the opportunity cost of the failed charters. One vessel down and years of careful building had been undone. He worked until dawn, then washed his face in the chipped basin. In the small mirror above it, he studied his reflection. At 23, faint lines had already begun to form around his eyes, and there was a coldness there that hadn't been present before. Daniel dressed carefully, put on his hat, and walked to the harbor. The morning was clear and crisp, with no hint of the storm that had claimed the Merrimac. Ships moved in and out of the harbor commerce, continuing its eternal cycle, regardless of individual fortunes. He found Harrington at his usual breakfast spot, a greasy spoon cafe where brokers gathered to exchange information before the day's trading began. "Heard about the Merrimac," Harrington said as Daniel sat down. "Bad business." Daniel nodded once. "I need to charter 2 small tankers immediately. Oil capacity, coastal rating." Harrington set down his fork. "Ludwig, you just lost a ship. Most men would be licking their wounds, not expanding." "I'm not most men. I need those tankers to fulfill my standard oil obligations. I'll operate them until I can replace the Merrimac." "Rates are soft, but not that soft. You'll be running tight margins." "I've run the calculations. I'll make it work." By 1923, Daniel had rebuilt his fleet to 8 vessels and had firmly established himself in the New York shipping community. He was not yet wealthy by the standards of the industry's upper echelon, but he had achieved something more valuable, a reputation for absolute reliability in an industry where promises were routinely broken. He had also developed a set of operating principles that would guide him for decades to come. Never enter a market without a guaranteed exit. Secure long-term contracts before committing capital. Over-collateralize loans to ensure banking relationships remain stable even in downturns. And most importantly, personally verify every significant decision rather than delegating to committees. On a summer evening, Daniel stood at the railing of his newest acquisition, a diesel-powered tanker called the Osprey II, watching the sun set over New York Harbor. Ellis Island and the Statue of Liberty stood silhouetted against the reddening sky, while behind them the lights of Manhattan began to twinkle on. Nearby, a phonograph played on a neighboring vessel, the hot jazz rhythms of Louis Armstrong floating across the water. At speakeasies throughout the city, the wealthy and fashionable danced to similar tunes, drinking bootlegged liquor and celebrating what newspapers had taken to calling the Roaring Twenties. Daniel had no interest in such diversions. In his pocket was a telegram confirming a new charter agreement with Gulf Oil, and in his mind, calculations were already forming for the next vessel purchase, the next expansion. He had learned that wealth wasn't accumulated in dramatic leaps, but through the patient application of proven methods, the willingness to rebuild after setbacks, and an instinct for where value lay beneath neglect and rust. The city sprawled before him, glittering with promise. Daniel K. Ludwig, not yet 26, turned away from the view and headed below decks. There were manifests to review, maintenance schedules to approve, and tomorrow would begin before dawn. The foundations had been laid modest but unshakable. Everything that followed would build upon them, brick by methodical brick, until a fortune emerged from the patient accumulation of small advantages. Behind him, New York Harbor continued its eternal rhythm, vessels arriving and departing, cargoes loading and unloading, the commerce of a nation flowing through its greatest port. And in that flow, a young man who understood the currents better than most had found his place, charting a course that would eventually carry him further than even he could imagine. The radio crackled with static as Daniel Ludwig sat alone in his New York office. Rain tapped against the windows, blurring the harbor lights beyond. He studied the papers before him, navigational charts, cargo manifests, and a worn ledger open to columns of figures in his own precise handwriting. The year was 1926, and Ludwig had just turned 29, though the lines forming at the corners of his eyes suggested a man who had witnessed more than his years implied. Outside, the city pulsed with jazz and frenetic energy, but here in his sparse office, only the rhythmic rain and occasional foghorn from the harbor marked the passage of time. He ran his finger down a column of numbers. The ledger showed steady payments from Gulf Oil, the 5-year charter he'd negotiated for the Winifred tanker. His fleet was modest, 5 vessels now, all steam-powered, but unlike many of his competitors, every ship had a guaranteed contract. "Never sail without knowing who's paying for the cargo," he murmured to himself, a mantra that had served him well. The telephone rang, breaking his concentration. "Ludwig speaking," he answered. "Daniel, it's James Morgan." The voice belonged to his attorney, one of the few outside advisors Ludwig had come to trust. "Those Panamanian registry papers are ready. Do you want to review them tomorrow?" 8 o'clock, Ludwig replied, "and bring the comparison with Liberia." He replaced the receiver and returned to his calculations. The flags of convenience offered by Panama and Liberia had caught his attention. Lower taxes, fewer regulatory burdens, flexible labor arrangements. Not shortcuts, he thought, but strategic advantages in a world where margins were thin and competition fierce. A week later, Ludwig stood on the deck of the SS Caloosahatchee as it steamed past the Statue of Liberty, bound for the open Atlantic. The vessel had been in his fleet for 3 years now, a reliable if aging workhorse on the Gulf to Northeast route. Today marked her transition to transatlantic service, his first real venture into blue water shipping. The salt air carried the tang of possibility. Ludwig was not a man given to romanticism, but he allowed himself a moment to appreciate the significance of the crossing. He was moving beyond coastal runs, expanding his reach into ocean lanes that connected continents. "She burns too much coal," remarked Chief Engineer Miller, joining him at the rail. 12 tons a day on a good run. Ludwig nodded. "The Germans are doing interesting things with diesel. Better efficiency, smaller crews. Costs a fortune to convert. Or to build new," Ludwig acknowledged. "But we pay for inefficiency every day we sail these steamers." He had been tracking the numbers meticulously. Ton-mile pricing, fuel consumption, crew costs, maintenance cycles. The unit economics told a clear story. Steam power was approaching obsolescence. The future would belong to diesel. Not yet, perhaps, but soon. Back in his cabin that evening, Ludwig updated his ledger by lamplight as the ship rolled gently beneath him. He'd accumulated nearly $80,000 in capital, not yet the $100,000 he'd set as his first meaningful milestone, but closing in. It represented fleet sales with multi-year charters attached. The premium buyers would pay for guaranteed income. Ludwig understood the value of certainty in an uncertain world. While others chased the spot market's occasional windfalls, he engineered predictability. The oak-paneled dining room of the Downtown Association Club hummed with conversation as Wall Street's brightest stars celebrated the seemingly endless bull market of 1928. Ludwig, despite his growing success, felt like an outsider among these Harvard men with their pinstriped suits and easy laughter. "Ludwig, join us," called Harrison Williams, a utilities magnate whose fortune had ballooned with the market's rise. Ludwig took the offered chair, nodding politely to the assembled bankers. "We were just discussing opportunities in RCA," Williams explained. "Radio is the future, my friend. The stock's up 200% since January." "I'll stick to ships," Ludwig replied mildly. A banker with silver at his temples laughed. "Ships? How positively 19th century. The market's where fortunes are made now. What's your portfolio look like?" Ludwig sipped his water. "I don't speculate." The table fell momentarily silent, as though he'd admitted to some embarrassing personal habit. "Not at all?" Williams asked, genuinely curious. "No positions in the market?" "My position is in contracts," Ludwig explained. 5-year charters with oil companies mostly, predictable returns. "But the upside is limited," objected the banker. "So is the downside," Ludwig countered. The conversation moved on to Coolidge's decision not to run again and what it might mean for the market. Ludwig listened more than he spoke. These men treated money differently than he did, as a scoreboard rather than a tool. They gambled for status while he built systems for durability. Later, walking back to his apartment through the electric energy of Manhattan, Ludwig passed speakeasies where the Charleston played and flappers danced with gin-soaked abandon. The city seemed drunk on its own prosperity. Ludwig wondered how long it could last. October 29, 1929 arrived like Judgment Day. Ludwig stood in the gallery overlooking the New York Stock Exchange, watching as fortunes evaporated in hours. Men shouted themselves hoarse as ticker tape fell further behind the cascading prices. Some wept openly, others stared in shock at the ruin of paper wealth they'd believed inviolable. Ludwig felt no schadenfreude, only a grim confirmation of what he'd long suspected, that markets were fundamentally emotional, prone to extremes of euphoria and despair. He had insulated himself from both. That evening he reviewed his position. Unlike the shipowners who had leveraged their fleets to buy stocks on margin, Ludwig's vessels were financed conservatively, their revenues secured by long-term contracts with oil majors who would honor their obligations even as their own profits vanished. He would weather this storm. The telephone rang. "Ludwig, it's Morgan. I assume you've seen the news." I was at the exchange. "Half my clients are facing margin calls. What about you?" "I'm fine," Ludwig said. "The charters are solid." "You saw this coming?" Ludwig considered the question. "Not specifically, but I never trusted paper prosperity." After hanging up, Ludwig added a new entry to his journal. "Debt is a tool, not a master. Safe only when cash flows are guaranteed. Expand only when offtake is pre-sold. Today confirms the method." By 1931, the Depression had tightened its grip on America. Ludwig walked through the Brooklyn shipyards where men lined up for work that didn't exist. Smokestacks stood cold. Hulls rusted at moorings. The smell of coal fires had given way to the scent of desperation. "Mr. Ludwig," a yard supervisor approached, "didn't expect to see you here." Checking on the Marania's maintenance schedule, Ludwig replied. "She's about the only vessel getting full service these days," the supervisor said, gesturing to the idle cranes. "Most owners are deferring everything they can." "False economy," Ludwig observed. "Deferred maintenance becomes major repairs." The supervisor nodded toward the men waiting for work. "Try telling them that. Some of these fellows haven't had a proper job in a year." Ludwig studied the faces of the men, weathered, proud, hungry. The system was failing them, just as it had failed the speculators who jumped from windows in '29. Different men, different consequences, but the same fundamental fragility. Later, in a dockside cafe, Ludwig met with Harold Fredericks, a naval architect who had approached him with drawings for diesel engine conversions. "The technology's proven now," Fredericks explained, spreading blueprints across the table. "Initial investment is high, but your operating costs drop by nearly 30%. Smaller crews, less fuel, longer ranges between refueling." Ludwig examined the drawings. "How many yards can do this work?" "Not many in America right now. More in Europe, especially Germany." "And the timeline?" 4 months minimum for a conversion, less downtime than you'd think." Ludwig nodded. "I'll consider it. Not yet, though. Let's see how deep this depression cuts first." Fredericks gathered his drawings. "Most men are selling ships, not improving them." "I'm not most men," Ludwig replied simply. Christmas 1931 found Ludwig in his apartment overlooking Central Park. Snow fell softly outside, muffling the diminished sounds of a city in economic retreat. On his desk sat a ledger showing his net worth at just over $100,000, the milestone he'd set for himself years earlier, now achieved despite the depression that had wiped out so many fortunes. The radio played, "Brother, Can You Spare a Dime?" an anthem for the broken dreams of the once prosperous nation. Ludwig turned it off. The song's plaintive question highlighted the gulf between those who had built on speculation and those who had built on certainty. His telephone rang, Thornton, his office manager, calling with rare urgency. "Mr. Ludwig Macmillan Shipping just defaulted on their loans. The bank is selling their Caribbean fleet at 15 cents on the dollar." Ludwig's mind raced through calculations. How many vessels? 4, all under 5 years old, steam but convertible. Current charters? None. That's why they went under, all spot market exposure. Ludwig weighed the opportunity. The vessels were sound, the price unprecedented, but without guaranteed income streams, they represented speculation, the very approach he'd avoided. "Contact United Fruit," he instructed. "See if they'd commit to 3-year charters if we acquired the ships, and get me rate projections for banana transport from Honduras to Charleston." "On Christmas Eve, sir?" "Especially on Christmas Eve. That's when we'll find the decision-makers who care enough to be working." After hanging up, Ludwig stared out at the snowy city. Others saw crisis, he saw opportunity, but only if the fundamentals aligned with his methodology. He would not abandon his principles even for a bargain. A knock at his door surprised him. It was Mrs. Kravitz from down the hall, carrying a plate of cookies. "Mr. Ludwig, I noticed you're alone again this Christmas. I thought you might enjoy some company." Ludwig hesitated, then opened the door wider. "Thank you, please come in." She settled in his sparse living room, glancing at the lack of decorations. "You work too hard, Mr. Ludwig. All these years I've lived next door, and I've never seen you take a holiday." Ludwig accepted a cookie. "The work is clarifying." "And what exactly is your work? Something with ships, isn't it?" "I move oil across water," he said simply, "from where it's pumped to where it's needed." "That sounds very practical," she observed. "It is." Ludwig found himself smiling slightly. Practical is underrated. Through his window, he could see the lights of Manhattan, fewer and dimmer than in the heady days before the crash, but still illuminating the snowy night. His city, his era, his understanding of how the pieces fit together. Tomorrow, he would examine the Macmillan fleet opportunity. He would calculate ton-mile economics and conversion potential. He would negotiate with United Fruit and structure terms that protected his downside. He would continue building his methodical empire of certainty in an uncertain world. But tonight, just for a moment, he allowed himself to sit with Mrs. Kravitz, eat Christmas cookies, and appreciate how far he had come from that first small tanker and $5,000 loan. The system worked, even in a depression. Perhaps especially in a depression, when the difference between speculation and calculation became most stark. Outside, a ship's horn sounded distantly from the harbor, a reminder that even in the darkest economic night, essential commerce continued. Oil still flowed. Goods still moved. And those who understood the fundamentals, who built on contracts rather than hopes, who controlled rather than gambled, they endured. Daniel Ludwig took another bite of cookie and allowed himself the quiet satisfaction of a man who had decoded at least one small corner of the universe's operating system and made it work in his favor. The ship's horn echoed across New York Harbor, a mournful sound that carried on the cold January wind of 1933. Daniel Ludwig stood on the pier, watching as the last of his steam tankers departed. The vessel's black smoke merged with the winter sky, disappearing into the fog that shrouded the Statue of Liberty. His face betrayed nothing, though he had just sold his entire fleet at a considerable loss, nearly $100,000 vanishing from his ledgers in a single transaction. "You're either the smartest man in shipping or the most foolish," remarked Harold Ickes, a shipping broker who had facilitated the sale. "The whole industry thinks you've lost your mind, Daniel." Ludwig turned up the collar of his wool overcoat against the bitter wind. His eyes, pale blue and calculating, remained fixed on the horizon where his former assets were becoming mere silhouettes. "The industry is looking backward," Ludwig replied, his voice quiet but certain. "Steam is finished. Those who adapt first will survive. Those who wait will perish." He did not elaborate further. At 36, Daniel K. Ludwig had developed a reputation for saying little and observing much. He preferred the company of nautical charts and mechanical drawings to the society of Manhattan's business elite. His modest office in the financial district contained only what was necessary: a metal desk, a telephone, filing cabinets, and a drafting table where he would personally review the specifications of every vessel he considered purchasing. "Diesel is the future," he continued after a long pause. 30% less fuel consumption, smaller crews, reduced maintenance cycles. The mathematics are irrefutable. Ickes shook his head. "In this economy? Roosevelt just declared a bank holiday. A quarter of the country is unemployed. Where will you find capital to rebuild with diesel when you've liquidated everything at a loss?" Ludwig's thin lips formed something approximating a smile. "When others are selling, I buy. When capital retreats, opportunity advances." He checked his pocket watch, a simple timepiece with no ornamentation, and turned away from the water. "I have an appointment with the Norwegian naval architect. Good day, Ickes." The Bowery in 1934 was a testament to the Depression's cruel grip. Men in tattered coats huddled around trash can fires, their faces gaunt from hunger. Bread lines stretched around corners, and pawn-shop windows displayed wedding rings and family heirlooms sacrificed for survival. Ludwig walked briskly past these scenes, his mind occupied with tonnage calculations and fuel efficiency formulas. He entered a small diner, a place where dock workers and longshoremen gathered to stretch cups of 5-cent coffee into hours of warmth. In the back corner sat Oscar Torgerson, a Norwegian naval architect whose reputation for precision had spread throughout European shipyards. Ludwig slid into the booth across from him. "Mr. Torgerson, thank you for coming." The Norwegian nodded, pushing forward a leather portfolio. "I've reviewed the German MAN diesel engines as you requested. Their efficiency curves are impressive, but I have concerns about the crankshaft tolerances under sustained load." Ludwig opened the portfolio, eyes narrowing as he studied the technical drawings. "What about the Swedish designs?" "Superior metallurgy, but 15% more expensive." "The Japanese are producing interesting prototypes at Kure, cheaper but unproven in North Atlantic conditions." A waitress approached, but Ludwig waved her away without looking up. His finger traced the fuel consumption chart. "I'll need you to personally inspect any vessel before purchase," Ludwig said. "I don't trust seller surveys, ever." Torgerson raised an eyebrow. "That's unusual. Most buyers accept classification society inspections. Most buyers are content with mediocrity." Ludwig closed the portfolio. "I'm not purchasing vessels. I'm purchasing economic advantages. Every percentage point of efficiency compounds over decades." Outside, a newspaper boy shouted headlines about Roosevelt's New Deal programs. The diner radio played a Benny Goodman tune that no one seemed to notice. "There's a distressed Belgian tanker available," Torgerson said. "Diesel conversion half complete. The yard went bankrupt. Could be acquired for 40 cents on the dollar." Ludwig's expression didn't change, but he reached for his checkbook. "Schedule your inspection for next week. I'll wire a deposit today." By 1936, when most of America still struggled to recover from the Depression, Ludwig had acquired 17 diesel tankers. His strategy was methodical: target distressed assets, perform rigorous technical assessment, and negotiate ruthlessly. Each vessel was registered under Panamanian or Liberian flags, a practice that reduced regulatory burdens and tax obligations. In his sparsely furnished apartment on the Upper East Side, modest by any standard and Spartan by the measure of his growing wealth, Ludwig reviewed the latest charter proposal from Standard Oil of New Jersey. The terms were for 15 years, an unprecedented duration in an industry accustomed to short-term thinking. A knock at the door interrupted his concentration. It was James Farley, his operations manager, one of only 3 people who knew his home address. "Mr. Ludwig, I've received word from London. Gulf Oil is interested in a 20-year charter for 4 vessels. They're asking for a meeting next month." Ludwig didn't look up from his papers. "Tell them we'll consider 18 years with a renewal option structured as a separate agreement. The base rate must include a 7% premium over market to account for our diesel efficiency. They'll push back on duration. They'll accept it eventually." Ludwig made a notation on the contract before him. "Oil companies understand longitudinal thinking. They drill today for profits a decade hence. We're offering certainty in an uncertain world." Farley hesitated. "There's another matter. The Maritime Commission is asking questions about our foreign registry practices. They're suggesting it's unpatriotic." At this, Ludwig finally looked up, his expression unchanged. "Patriotism is a luxury afforded to those who don't understand global competition. The British, the Norwegians, the Greeks, they all utilize favorable registry jurisdictions. Should American shipping companies alone be handicapped? Still, there could be political complications. Politics is temporary. Economic law is permanent." Ludwig returned to his papers. "Schedule a meeting with our attorneys. We'll prepare a position paper demonstrating how our practices enable American oil companies to compete globally." After Farley left, Ludwig stood at his window, watching darkness settle over Central Park. The city glittered below, a mixture of electric brilliance and Depression-era dimness. A world of contrasts, of suffering and opportunity existing side by side. He thought about the diesel gamble he had made 3 years earlier. The conventional wisdom had deemed him reckless. Now, his operating costs were 30% below his steam-powered competitors. The pain of selling his original fleet at a loss was being repaid many times over. The pattern was clear: identify technological inflection points, accept short-term pain for long-term advantage, and structure financial arrangements to be self-liquidating. His vessels were not merely assets. They were bond-like instruments that generated fixed payments while amortizing their own cost. The lobby of the Essex House Hotel hummed with quiet conversations and the occasional clink of glasses. It was 1938, and despite ongoing economic challenges, certain corners of American business had begun to thrive again. Ludwig sat in a leather armchair, waiting for his appointment with Thomas Lynch, procurement director for Texaco. A newspaper on the side table carried headlines about Hitler's annexation of Austria. War clouds gathered in Europe, but Ludwig saw only shipping implications, potential demand surges, route disruptions, and strategic opportunities. Lynch arrived precisely on time, a corpulent man whose expensive suit strained at the buttons. "Daniel, good to see you," he said, lowering himself into the adjacent chair. "I've reviewed your proposal. 25 years is a hell of a commitment." Ludwig's posture remained perfect, his gaze steady. "Your refineries will operate for 50 years. Your oil fields produce for decades. Why should your transportation arrangements be subject to short-term volatility? The board is hesitant about such long-term obligations. Your competitors are not." Ludwig placed a thin folder on the table between them. Standard Oil signed similar terms last quarter. Gulf is finalizing comparable arrangements next month. The premium we charge buys certainty of supply, a luxury that will become invaluable if international tensions continue to escalate. Lynch opened the folder, scanning the terms. "These rates seem high. They're actually below what you'd pay for steam tankers when factoring total operating costs," Ludwig countered. "More importantly, they're fixed for the duration. Inflation, fuel price volatility, crew cost increases, these become our problems, not yours." A waiter approached with coffee. Ludwig declined. Lynch accepted. "There's something else," Ludwig continued. "We've structured the charter as a self-liquidating instrument. Your payments effectively amortize the vessel over its useful life, creating a natural alignment between our interests." Lynch stirred sugar into his coffee. "You've built quite an operation in a short time. 30 vessels now, I'm told." 32, Ludwig corrected. "All diesel, all modern, all efficient. And you run it all from that tiny office downtown? No board, no partners, no shareholders?" Ludwig's expression remained neutral. "Complexity creates friction. Friction creates cost. I prefer simplicity." What he didn't say was that partners demanded transparency. Shareholders required disclosure. Boards diluted control. He had witnessed too many shipping companies fail because committee thinking replaced individual vision. His advantage was speed and focus, the ability to make decisions without explaining them to anyone. Lynch closed the folder. "I'll take this to the board with my recommendation, but they'll have questions about your company structure, your foreign registries, your tax arrangements. The structure ensures operational efficiency. The registries provide regulatory clarity. The tax arrangements keep our rates competitive." Ludwig stood. "The only relevant question is whether we deliver vessels that perform as promised, on schedule, at the contracted rate. Our record speaks for itself." As Lynch departed, Ludwig remained standing by the window, watching yellow cabs navigate the rain-slicked streets below. He had crossed the $1 million threshold sometime in the past year, a fortune by depression standards. Yet he lived no differently than when he'd started. Same modest apartment, same off-the-rack suits, same habits of analysis and frugality. His wealth existed not as possessions, but as a growing constellation of diesel-powered vessels traversing the world's shipping lanes, each one a self-contained economic engine generating predictable returns. The machine was working now, fueled by the technological edge he had correctly anticipated and the financial structures he had meticulously engineered. On a cool September evening in 1939, Ludwig stood on the observation deck of the Empire State Building, looking toward the harbor. News of Germany's invasion of Poland had reached America days earlier. "They're saying shipping rates will triple," said William Harmon, Ludwig's chief financial officer, one of only 5 employees at his headquarters. "Emergency demand. military requisition, supply chain disruption. Ludwig nodded slightly. Short-term volatility doesn't concern me. Our vessels are chartered for 15 to 25 years. Our revenue is essentially fixed. But we could renegotiate, force majeure clauses. No. Ludwig's tone left no room for discussion. We honor our contracts, always, especially when market conditions would make it profitable not to. That's how we've built our reputation. Harmon fell silent, knowing better than to argue. Ludwig continued to gaze at the harbor, where lights from ships twinkled in the gathering darkness. War changes everything, Ludwig said after a long pause. Priorities shift. Alliances form and dissolve. Trade patterns transform overnight. But certain fundamentals remain constant. The need to move oil from where it's produced to where it's consumed. The physics of vessel displacement. The economics of ton-mile calculations. He turned from the view, facing Harmon directly. Double our technical due diligence budget. Expand our relationships with shipyards in neutral countries. Increase our maintenance reserves by 20%. You're preparing for a long conflict. I'm preparing for a changed world, Ludwig corrected. When it ends, and all wars eventually end, the companies that maintained their fleets, honored their obligations, and preserved their reputations will dominate the post-war landscape. As they descended in the elevator, Ludwig remained silent, his mind already racing ahead. The diesel conversion that had seemed so radical in 1933 now appeared prescient. The long-term charters that industry veterans had questioned now provided shelter from wartime uncertainty. Each decision had built upon the previous one, creating a foundation of technical excellence, financial stability, and operational efficiency. While competitors chased short-term opportunities, Ludwig constructed systems designed to endure. The elevator reached the ground floor. Before stepping out, Ludwig turned to Harmon. Remember this, we're not in the shipping business. We're in the business of creating calculable certainty in an incalculable world. That's what we sell. That's what we deliver. Outside, the city lights glimmered against the darkening sky. Ludwig walked toward his modest apartment, indistinguishable from thousands of other men in dark overcoats making their way home. Few who passed him would have guessed that this unassuming figure had transformed an industry through sheer force of vision and discipline. The secret to his success remained hidden in plain sight. The willingness to bet early on technological inflection points, the patience to accept short-term pain for long-term advantage, and the rigor to structure financial arrangements that generated steady returns through tumultuous times. As war engulfed Europe and uncertainty spread across the globe, Daniel K. Ludwig continued his methodical march forward, one vessel, one charter, one calculated decision at a time, building an empire that would eventually span oceans and decades. All from the quiet confines of a small office with a metal desk and a single telephone. The distant call of gulls echoed across New York Harbor as Daniel Ludwig watched the morning fog lift from the waterfront. Dawn light caught the flanks of rusting Liberty ships being unloaded, their silhouettes reminiscent of floating warehouses rather than vessels of elegance. He adjusted his hat against the December chill of 1943, hands deep in the pockets of his wool overcoat. 2 years since Pearl, Ludwig murmured to himself, his breath visible in the cold air. The war had transformed everything. Waterways, once filled with commercial traffic, now dominated by naval convoys and supply ships bound for the European theater. Ludwig was 46, his face weathered from decades at sea and in shipyards, but his eyes remained alert and calculating. He stood at medium height, unassuming in his modest attire, nearly invisible among the dock workers and naval officers who brushed past him. That anonymity suited him perfectly. Behind him, a man cleared his throat. The Navy's requisitioned another 3 of our tankers, Mr. Ludwig. Edward Hayes, Ludwig's operations manager, held a clipboard with manifest papers, his expression grim. Ludwig merely nodded, unsurprised. The government had been claiming vessels since America entered the war, putting them under charter at controlled rates. Fair compensation? Ludwig asked, already knowing the answer. Fixed rates, same as the last batch. Ludwig's face revealed nothing as he turned back to the harbor. We'll manage. How are our discussions with Standard Oil progressing? They're interested in long-term commitments. 20 years, as you suggested. They're thinking beyond the war now. A faint smile touched Ludwig's lips. While others focused on the immediacy of the conflict, Ludwig studied its aftermath. The destruction of global shipping capacity, the inevitable boom in oil consumption when rationing ended, the rebuilding of devastated nations. These weren't just challenges, but opportunities for those positioned correctly. Good, he said simply. And Gulf? Similar conversations. They recognize the bottlenecks that will emerge once Europe begins rebuilding. The 2 men walked along the pier as stevedores unloaded cargo under the watchful eyes of armed guards. Rubber from Brazil, copper from Chile, all critical war materials. The banks are receptive to our model, Hayes continued. When they see 20-year charters with companies like Standard, they're practically offering us the money. Ludwig nodded. His approach was elegantly simple. Secure long-term commitments from blue-chip customers. Use those guaranteed cash flows to obtain financing, build or acquire the vessels, and keep the equity upside for himself. The war had only strengthened his conviction in this strategy. Have Wilson prepare the final documents, Ludwig instructed. I want to review anything over $1 million personally. They reached Ludwig's office, a Spartan space with plain furniture, file cabinets, and nautical charts on the walls. No photographs, no personal touches. His secretary, Miss Bennett, efficiently managed the small outer office, screening calls and organizing correspondence. The ambassador from Panama called again, she informed him as he entered. Ludwig nodded without elaboration. His use of Panamanian holding companies and Liberian registry for his vessels had proven remarkably advantageous, reduced taxes, flexible labor regulations, and minimal disclosure requirements. Some called it a loophole. Ludwig considered it prudent business practice. Later that afternoon, Ludwig sat with Franklin Wilson, his attorney, one of the few professionals he genuinely trusted. The lawyer was reviewing a stack of contracts, occasionally making notations in the margins. These charter terms are exceptionally favorable, Wilson observed, adjusting his spectacles. 20 years is practically unheard of. The oil companies understand what's coming, Ludwig replied, pouring himself a modest glass of whiskey, his only real indulgence. They're preparing for peacetime expansion. New refineries, new markets. They'll need reliable transport. Wilson nodded. And these financing arrangements, 75% loan-to-value on most vessels, the banks are essentially becoming your partners. Not partners, Ludwig corrected firmly. Lenders. I don't take partners. I don't distribute control. It was one of his inviolable principles. No public equity, no equal partnerships, and no family entanglements in business operations. Ludwig had witnessed too many shipping fortunes diluted by family disputes or destroyed by public shareholders demanding short-term returns. The Japanese shipyards, Wilson continued, changing subjects. Is that wise, considering the current situation? Ludwig's expression hardened slightly. The war won't last forever. Japan will need to rebuild. They have skilled labor, they'll work for less than American yards, and they'll be hungry for contracts. I'm simply laying groundwork. The attorney nodded, knowing better than to press further. Ludwig's foresight had proven correct too many times to doubt now. By 1945, as victory bells rang across America, Ludwig stood on a different pier, this one in Baltimore, watching one of his tankers preparing to depart with its first peacetime cargo. The vessel's black hull gleamed in the August sunshine, freshly painted after years of wartime gray. "Full capacity, bound for New York," reported Hayes, now promoted to vice president of operations. "Standard Oil is ramping up civilian production faster than anyone anticipated." Ludwig barely smiled, but satisfaction radiated from him nonetheless. The war's end was triggering exactly the surge in demand he had predicted. Returning GIs were buying automobiles, suburban developments were sprouting across the nation, and oil consumption was climbing dramatically. "What's our current fleet status?" Ludwig asked, walking alongside the pier. 27 vessels under our direct ownership, another 12 under management contracts. Average age is 7 years, younger than most competitors. Ludwig nodded approvingly. During the war, he'd kept his core fleet running while studying logistical patterns and planning for the peace. Now, while others scrambled, he was executing a strategy years in formation. "I want you to accelerate our discussions in Japan," Ludwig instructed. "Specifically, Yokohama and Kure. Their yards are intact but idle. We can lock in favorable rates now before others recognize the opportunity." Hayes hesitated. "There's considerable anti-Japanese sentiment, sir. Government contracts might become complicated." "We don't need government approval to build commercial vessels in foreign yards," Ludwig countered. "And sentiment changes. Economics endures." Later that evening, Ludwig dined alone at a small restaurant near the harbor, reviewing financial projections by the light of a single candle. The waiters knew him, not as a shipping magnate worth millions, but as a quiet, habitually modest customer who tipped fairly and never caused trouble. His annual profits had reached nearly $5 million, substantial wealth in 1945 dollars. Yet he lived with the same restraint he'd maintained during leaner years. No mansion, no yacht, no extravagant displays. His office remained skeletal in staffing. Major investment decisions still required his personal review. The next morning found him in Washington, D.C., seated across from a State Department official in a wood-paneled office. Ludwig rarely engaged directly with government figures, preferring to operate quietly outside the spotlight. But establishing post-war shipping lanes required certain diplomatic touches. "Mr. Ludwig," the official began, "your proposal for expanding trade routes to the Pacific is well-timed. The administration is concerned about economic stability in the region." Ludwig nodded, his expression neutral. "Stable commerce creates stable nations. My company can provide reliable transport for essential goods." "And your interest in Japanese shipbuilding facilities is purely commercial," Ludwig finished smoothly. "Their expertise in vessel construction is valuable. Employment helps reconstruction. America benefits from functional trading partners." The official studied him thoughtfully. "You have unusual foresight, Mr. Ludwig. Most businessmen are focused on immediate domestic opportunities." Ludwig merely inclined his head slightly. Different perspectives yield different results. By 1947, Ludwig's strategy was bearing fruit. His company had secured agreements with 3 Japanese shipyards, contracts that would have been unthinkable 2 years earlier. American sentiment toward Japan remained complex, but practical considerations were shifting the conversation. In a makeshift office overlooking Yokohama Harbor, Ludwig sat with Tanaka Hiroshi, a shipyard engineer who had survived the war and now managed production for one of Ludwig's contracted facilities. "Your specifications exceed standard requirements," Tanaka observed, reviewing blueprints spread across a simple table. His English was careful but precise. "Efficiency justifies investment," Ludwig replied. "Better steel, more powerful engines. These increase initial costs, but reduce operating expenses over the vessel's lifetime. The Japanese engineer nodded with appreciation. Ludwig's technical understanding set him apart from other American businessmen who treated vessels as interchangeable assets rather than engineered systems. "We can begin construction next month," Tanaka confirmed. "Labor costs remain as discussed." Ludwig studied the man. "Your workers need steady employment. I need quality vessels at competitive prices. This arrangement benefits both sides." It was this pragmatism, this ability to identify mutual interest without sentiment, that defined Ludwig's approach. While American politicians debated the morality of rebuilding former enemy nations, Ludwig simply recognized the economic reality. Skilled labor at lower costs meant competitive advantage. Back in New York, Ludwig's headquarters remained remarkably unchanged despite his growing fortune. 3 secretaries, an operations team of 5, and a small accounting department occupied modest offices near the harbor. No corporate art adorned the walls. No expensive furniture suggested prosperity. Miss Bennett, now his executive secretary for nearly a decade, placed a stack of correspondence on his desk. "Gulf Oil has increased their charter request by 3 vessels. The terms match our standard agreement." Ludwig reviewed the papers quickly, his eyes scanning numbers with practiced efficiency. "Acceptable. Have Wilson prepare the contracts." "And your brother called again about investment opportunities," she added carefully. Ludwig's expression hardened slightly. The same answer as always. Family and business remained separate. This principle had occasionally strained relationships, but Ludwig remained unwavering. He had observed too many shipping enterprises collapse under the weight of family entanglements, siblings demanding unearned positions, relatives extracting dividends when capital should be reinvested. By evening, Ludwig sat in his apartment, comfortable but far from luxurious, reviewing financial statements. His net worth had climbed steadily throughout the post-war period, now approaching $30 million, yet his lifestyle remained virtually unchanged from when he'd owned a single tanker decades earlier. A glass of whiskey sat untouched beside him as he examined the structure of his growing enterprise. The architecture was deliberately complex. Panamanian holding companies owned Liberian-flagged vessels, operated by management companies in various jurisdictions. This arrangement provided tax advantages, labor flexibility, and a degree of privacy that Ludwig considered essential. The telephone rang, interrupting his concentration. "Mr. Ludwig," came Hayes's voice, "Standard Oil has accepted all terms for the 5-vessel extension, 20-year charters, with the escalation clauses we requested." "Good," Ludwig replied simply. "Proceed with the yard commitments." This was the essence of his method. Secure long-term charter income, use that predictable cash flow to obtain financing, build vessels at the lowest possible cost, and capture the spread between guaranteed revenue and actual expenses. By 1949, Ludwig's operation had grown significantly, yet remained invisible to the general public. No newspaper profiles chronicled his success. No magazine covers featured his stern visage. He preferred it this way, operating in the shadows while competitors sought publicity. On a cold February morning, he stood in the office of Marcus Greenbaum, a senior partner at First Manhattan Bank. Large windows revealed the city skyline, dusted with light snow. "The figures are impressive, Daniel," Greenbaum acknowledged, closing a leather portfolio. "Your profit margins consistently outperform industry standards." Ludwig nodded slightly. "Efficiency and foresight. And these Japanese yards, the quality meets your standards?" "Exceeds them in most cases. They're rebuilding their reputation vessel by vessel." The banker leaned back in his chair. Your loan-to-value ratios would make most of my colleagues nervous, but your perfect payment history and those long-term charters." He smiled slightly. "It's practically creating a new financial model." Ludwig didn't return the smile. The model works because the fundamentals work: guaranteed income, controlled costs, disciplined expansion. After finalizing another significant financing agreement, Ludwig walked through downtown Manhattan, preferring the rhythm of his own footsteps to chauffeur-driven comfort. Snow flurries swirled around him as he passed bustling department stores filled with post-war prosperity, appliances, furniture, and clothing for the booming middle class. None of this consumer exuberance particularly interested Ludwig. His focus remained fixed on global trade patterns, oil consumption trajectories, and the lifespan of the aging Liberty ship fleet that would eventually require replacement. Later that afternoon, he met with representatives from Mitsubishi Trading Company at a small private dining room in Midtown. The Japanese executives bowed formally before taking their seats. "Mr. Ludwig," began their lead negotiator, Nakamura, "we appreciate your continued interest in Japanese industrial capacity." Ludwig nodded. "Your nation is rebuilding impressively. Quality control in your shipyards has returned to pre-war standards." The meeting proceeded with characteristic efficiency discussions of steel availability, engine specifications, and delivery schedules. No time was wasted on small talk or cultural pleasantries. Ludwig had learned enough Japanese business etiquette to avoid offense, but his approach remained direct and results-focused. As 1949 drew to a close, Ludwig sat in his office reviewing year-end projections. His annual profits now consistently exceeded $10 million, a fortune by any standard, yet known to remarkably few outside his immediate circle. Hayes entered with a newspaper, placing it on Ludwig's desk. "Thought you might want to see this. The journal's running a series on shipping industry consolidation." Ludwig glanced at the article, which discussed major publicly traded shipping companies and their post-war expansion. His name was notably absent, despite controlling one of the largest privately owned fleets in operation. "Accurate?" Ludwig asked simply. "They've missed the bigger story," Hayes replied with a slight smile. "They have no idea about your Japanese construction program or the Liberian registry advantages." Ludwig nodded, satisfied with his continued obscurity. "Let's keep it that way." As darkness fell over New York Harbor, Ludwig stood at his office window, watching navigation lights blink across the water. In the distance, one of his tankers was departing, a massive silhouette against the horizon, bound for the Persian Gulf to collect oil that would fuel America's insatiable post-war growth. The vessel represented everything Ludwig had built: efficient, purpose-driven, unadorned, and immensely profitable. Like its owner, it moved through the world with quiet determination, noticed primarily by those who understood its true significance. The gray light of dawn filtered through the window of Daniel Ludwig's New York office, casting long shadows across the room. At 53, the shipping magnate had the weathered face of someone who had spent decades watching horizon lines and calculating invisible margins. His office at 445 Park Avenue was modest, deliberately so. No name on the door, no framed achievements on the walls, just a space with a few desks, filing cabinets, and the ever-present telex machine that connected him to shipyards across the globe. Ludwig stared at the cables from Japan, the latest reports from Kure Shipyard. 2 years had passed since his handshake agreement that most American shipping executives had considered financial suicide. Now, in 1952, the first tangible results were proving his instincts correct. The Japanese-built tankers were measuring up, not just in cost, but increasingly in quality. "They're learning fast," he murmured to himself, taking a sip of black coffee from a plain ceramic mug. 40% below U.S. yards, and the gap in quality is closing. His secretary knocked and entered with a stack of correspondence. The Maritime Commission called again, Mr. Ludwig. They'd like you to reconsider your position on American shipbuilding. Ludwig's expression didn't change. Tell them what I always tell them. When American yards can match Japanese prices and delivery schedules, I'll build there. Until then, mathematics trumps patriotism. She nodded, having expected exactly this response, and withdrew. Ludwig returned to the calculations on his desk: leverage ratios, charter rates, optimal vessel size. Where other ship owners hesitated at 65% loan-to-value ratios, Ludwig comfortably pushed to 80% or even 90%, secured by long-term charters with oil majors. The banks questioned this leverage at first, but his mathematical precision gradually won them over. Capital isn't scarce, he often said to his small circle of trusted advisors. What's scarce is the vision to deploy it efficiently. The telephone rang. It was Henry Kaiser, the industrialist whose shipyards had produced Liberty ships at record pace during the war. "Danny," Kaiser's voice boomed through the line, "you're making a mistake with this Japan strategy. Those yards can't maintain quality. Besides, there's talk in Washington. They don't like Americans building offshore when our own yards need the work." Ludwig leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the Manhattan skyline. The conversation with Kaiser was one he'd had dozens of times with different interlocutors. The Korean War was raging. McCarthy was hunting communists in Washington, and American industrialists were wrapping business decisions in the flag. "Henry," Ludwig replied evenly, "I respect your position. But I'm not in the patriotism business. I'm in shipping. The Japanese engineers are first-rate men trained in your own yards during the occupation. They work for less, and they're hungry to prove themselves. The math is simple. Math isn't everything, Danny. In my business, it is." After hanging up, Ludwig returned to the reports from Kure. The meeting there in 1950 remained vivid in his memory. Walking the bombed-out shipyard with Japanese engineers, many former naval architects now desperate for civilian work. No formal contract at first, just a handshake and mutual necessity. Ludwig needed affordable tonnage. Japan needed industrial rebirth. The early vessels had problems. Metric versus imperial confusion led to misaligned parts, language barriers slowed progress, and supply chains were chaotic. But Ludwig had stationed his own supervisors at the yards, men who understood both his exacting standards and the practical realities of shipbuilding. By 1952, Kure was delivering vessels that anchored Ludwig's competitive edge tankers that could move crude oil at lower ton-mile costs than competitors could match. That evening, Ludwig left his office as the lights of Manhattan began to glow against the darkening sky. No chauffeur waited. He preferred to walk or take public transportation despite his growing wealth. He passed a newsstand where the headlines screamed about the latest in Korea and the Rosenberg espionage case. At a nearby diner, he took a booth in the corner and ordered a simple meal. The waitress recognized him, not from society pages or magazine profiles, but because he ate there 3 times a week. Ludwig barely registered the music playing from the jukebox, Bill Haley's early rock and roll that signaled America's cultural shift. A man in a rumpled suit slid into the booth across from him. John Cahill, his legal advisor, carried a thin briefcase. "I've got the Panama Incorporation documents," Cahill said quietly. "National bulk carriers can be formalized whenever you're ready to pull the trigger. The tax and disclosure advantages are substantial." Ludwig nodded, having mentally committed to the structure years ago, but waiting for the right moment. The Panama domicile would shield his operations from U.S. corporate taxes and minimize disclosure requirements. No quarterly earnings reports, no SEC filings, no shareholder meetings, just the freedom to execute his vision without explanation or apology. "Let's wait until 57, Ludwig replied. The fleet integration needs to happen first, and I want the Japanese yards fully stabilized." Cahill nodded. Like everyone in Ludwig's orbit, he understood that timing was everything, and that Ludwig's decisions followed a logic few others could fully grasp. "There's something else," Cahill added. "Onassis is making noise about a meeting, says there's room for collaboration instead of competition." Ludwig snorted softly. Aristotle Onassis represented everything he avoided: yachts, celebrities, headlines. The Greek shipowner's lavish lifestyle and public profile were the antithesis of Ludwig's approach. "Tell him I'm busy." For how long? Indefinitely. By 1954, Ludwig's influence stretched across the Pacific. From his sparse New York office, he controlled or influenced shipyards producing nearly 20% of global tanker tonnage. The arbitrage was structural: lower wages, newer equipment, ironically funded by U.S. loans during the occupation, and a work culture that matched Ludwig's own relentless drive. One crisp autumn morning, Ludwig hosted a rare meeting in his office. Present were 3 Japanese shipyard executives and 2 American bankers who financed much of his fleet expansion. "Gentlemen," Ludwig began, "we're placing an order for 20 new vessels." One banker shifted uncomfortably. 20 at once? That's an enormous capital commitment. "It's also economies of scale," Ludwig countered. "The yards can sequence production efficiently. Materials can be bought in bulk. Crew training can be standardized, and the charters are already secured: 15-year contracts with Exxon and Shell." The Japanese executives remained silent, but their slight smiles betrayed their satisfaction. Ludwig's batch orders had rescued their operations from post-war collapse. "And the financing?" the banker pressed. 85% loan-to-value, secured by the charter income. The math works. After the meeting, one of the Japanese executives, Tanaka from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, lingered behind. "Mr. Ludwig," he said carefully, "I wish to thank you personally. When you first came to Japan in 1950, many doubted your judgment. Now they call you visionary." Ludwig waved away the compliment. "I'm not visionary. I just calculate differently than most. Your yards had everything I needed: skilled engineers, lower costs, and hunger. I simply saw the equation others missed." Later that evening, Ludwig sat in his modest Upper East Side apartment, reviewing vessel specifications. No artwork adorned the walls. No luxuries cluttered the space. His wealth likely exceeded $100 million by now, yet he still drove used Chevrolets when he bothered with a car at all. The phone rang. It was his operations manager with news from a tanker in the Atlantic. Engine trouble, but nothing catastrophic. The vessel would make port with minimal delay. "What's the impact on the cost per ton mile for the quarter?" Ludwig asked immediately. The manager wasn't surprised by the question. Ludwig evaluated his teams not on profit or revenue, but on uptime and cost per ton mile, the metrics that truly mattered in bulk shipping. "We'll still be 12% below industry average," the manager replied. "Not good enough. I want 15. Find the efficiency." By 1955, Ludwig's operational model had evolved into something few competitors could match. Batch orders of 10-20 vessels at once, control or influence over the yards building them, and long-term charters with oil majors that guaranteed steady cash flow. The moat was deepening. His preference for engineers over MBA types became legendary in the industry. When interviewing potential executives, Ludwig would often ask technical questions about fuel consumption curves or maintenance schedules, questions that revealed whether the candidate understood the physics and economics of moving liquid cargo across oceans. One rainy spring afternoon, Ludwig met with James Forrestal, the former Secretary of Defense who now consulted for various industries. They walked along the Hudson River, collars turned up against the drizzle. "You're swimming against the patriotic tide, Dan," Forrestal observed. Building in Japan, flagging in Liberia and Panama, hiring multinational crews, some in Washington see it as unpatriotic. Ludwig watched a cargo ship moving slowly upriver. Patriotism is luxury economics, James. I build where costs are lowest and quality is highest. I flag where regulations make sense for global operations. I hire the best crews regardless of passport. That's not unpatriotic, it's rational. Rationality doesn't always play well in congressional hearings, which is why I avoid them. My ships move oil that powers American factories and heats American homes. They do it reliably and at lower cost than if I played by sentimental rules. That's my contribution. By 1956, Ludwig's thinking had expanded beyond vessels themselves. He was sketching plans for terminals, considering vertical integration into oil wells, and eyeing resource plays that could feed his transportation network. The corporate architecture that would formally become national bulk carriers the following year was already taking shape in practice, if not in legal registration. On a crisp December evening, Ludwig stood at the railing of one of his tankers as it prepared to leave New York Harbor. He rarely sailed on his own ships, but occasionally found it useful to observe operations firsthand. The vessel's captain approached respectfully. "We're ready to depart, Mr. Ludwig. Any special instructions?" Ludwig shook his head. "Run her efficiently. That's all I ever ask." As the ship moved past the Statue of Liberty, Ludwig's gaze remained fixed, not on the iconic symbol, but on the Brooklyn Navy Yard in the distance. Where others saw patriotic industrial might, he saw inefficiency, union rules, outdated equipment, political constraints. "Sir," the captain ventured, "if you don't mind me asking, how did you know? About Japan, I mean. Everyone thought you were making a mistake." Ludwig watched the lights of Manhattan recede. "I didn't just see a country recovering from war. I saw naval engineers without warships to build, modern equipment with no military purpose, and a culture that valued precision and continuous improvement. The economics were obvious to anyone willing to look past politics and sentiment. The ship's engines thrummed beneath them as they entered the open waters of the Atlantic. Ludwig's empire was invisible from shore. No corporate headquarters with his name emblazoned in lights, no flashy advertising, no public stock ticker tracking his worth. Just vessels moving efficiently across oceans, guided by cold mathematics and a vision that few could fully comprehend. As night fell completely, Ludwig returned to his cabin and spread blueprints across the small desk. Not blueprints for ships, he had naval architects for that, but diagrams of corporate structures, tax strategies, and vertical integration possibilities. The holding company that would soon be formalized as National Bulk Carriers would be registered in Panama, minimizing U.S. corporate tax and disclosure requirements while maximizing operational flexibility. In the quiet of his cabin, with only the sound of the engines and the sea as accompaniment, Ludwig continued his calculations, not of the wealth he was amassing, but of the efficiencies still to be found, the margins still to be improved, the system still to be perfected. The world outside was caught between prosperity and paranoia, nuclear drills in schools, McCarthy's witch hunts, the Korean War's uneasy conclusion. But Ludwig's focus remained singular. The elegant mathematics of moving cargo across oceans at costs his competitors couldn't match, and the invisible architecture of a corporate empire designed to operate beyond the constraints of any single nation's rules or sentiments. A thin blade of sunlight cut across the polished mahogany desk in the sparsely furnished Manhattan office. Daniel K. Ludwig stood at the window, hands clasped behind his back, watching the early morning light glint off the choppy waters of New York Harbor. 59 floors below, the city stirred to life. It was 1957, and the shipping magnate had just consolidated his empire under National Bulk Carriers of Panama. Ludwig checked his watch, a plain Timex, functional and unadorned like the man himself. The morning telex reports would arrive soon. His skeletal staff, no more than 8 people managing an operation spanning the globe, would begin filtering in. The contrast was striking. A handful of people in a modest office overseeing hundreds of ships carrying millions of tons of oil across the world's oceans. "Mr. Ludwig," his secretary appeared at the door. "The latest tonnage reports are in from Singapore." He nodded, taking the papers without comment. The numbers were good. Universe tank ships and American Hawaiian Steamship Company, now tucked neatly under the National Bulk Carriers umbrella, were performing exactly as expected. The corporate restructuring had been meticulous, designed for maximum efficiency and minimum visibility. "And your 9 o'clock called to confirm," she added. "Thank you, Miss Reynolds." Alone again, Ludwig scanned the reports. The unit economics remained consistent operating costs at 42% of the charter rate, debt service just under 30%, the remaining margin flowing through as profit. It was a mathematical certainty, a formula refined over decades. Build the ships where labor costs were lowest, register them where regulations were minimal, and charter them to oil companies desperate for reliable transport. The system was self-liquidating. The long-term charters paid off the ships, leaving Ludwig with the equity. The intercom buzzed. "Mr. Weller from Exxon is here." Ludwig straightened his simple navy tie and buttoned his jacket. No flash, no ostentation. Unlike some of his contemporaries in the shipping world, Aristotle Onassis came to mind. Ludwig had no interest in yachts, parties, or publicity. Thomas Weller entered, a tall man with the confident stride of an oil executive whose company was riding the post-war boom. "Dan, good to see you," Weller said, extending his hand. "Tom, coffee?" "Black, thanks." They settled into chairs by the small conference table. Outside, a foghorn sounded as a freighter navigated the harbor. "We're looking at increasing capacity on the Persian Gulf route," Weller said after preliminary pleasantries. "Our projections show at least 15% growth over the next 5 years. Ludwig nodded slightly, his expression unchanging. "I assume you've run the numbers." "We have. That's why I'm here. We need 6 more ships, minimum. 200,000 deadweight tons. Timeline? 18 months for the first 2, then 1 every 6 months after that." Ludwig made a note on a small pad. No fountain pen, just a standard pencil. "The rates will need to reflect current construction costs. Kure Shipyard has a 6-month backlog." "We anticipated that. The charter agreement will be for 20 years, with the usual escalator clauses." Weller leaned forward. "Dan, frankly, we're coming to you because your ships arrive on schedule and operate at the margins you promise. That reliability is worth the premium." Ludwig allowed himself the faintest smile. This was the culmination of a career-long strategy, become indispensable to the world's largest corporations by being utterly dependable. His fleet, now over 200 vessels and growing, was the backbone of global oil transportation, an invisible empire that most Americans would never know existed. "I'll have the preliminary contracts drawn up by next week," Ludwig said. "But I should tell you, steel prices are rising. The Japanese yards are feeling it." "We'll absorb the differential. Just keep those ships coming." After Weller left, Ludwig returned to the window. In the distance, one of his tankers was likely preparing to depart, filled with crude bound for refineries in Europe or the East Coast. The vessel would sail under the Panamanian or Liberian flag, a practice that had drawn increasing scrutiny from maritime unions and certain members of Congress. He remembered his testimony before the Senate committee in 1958, just a year after this conversation. The unions had pushed for legislation restricting the use of foreign flags, arguing it undercut American seamen. Ludwig had been unequivocal. Global shipping was a competitive business, and American crews at American wages would price U.S. shipping out of the market entirely. His argument was coldly economic, not wrapped in patriotic rhetoric. The legislation had failed, partly due to Ludwig's testimony and partly because the oil companies had lobbied alongside him. The alliance was practical. They needed his ships, and he needed their long-term contracts. His intercom buzzed again. "Mr. Ludwig, your call with Kure Shipyard is ready." He returned to his desk and picked up the phone. The connection to Japan was staticky but clear enough. "Yamamoto-san, good evening." "Mr. Ludwig, good morning to you. We have reviewed your specifications for the new vessels. And? We can meet the timeline, but the new propulsion system you requested will require additional engineering." "Is it possible?" "Yes, but difficult." "Then do it. I don't pay for easy problems." Ludwig's voice remained even, but the message was unmistakable. In his organization, the answer was always to find a way. The call concluded with precise delivery dates and payment schedules. Ludwig made a notation in his calendar for follow-up in exactly 30 days. The system ran on accountability. By 1960, Forbes magazine had estimated Ludwig's net worth at over $100 million, though the man himself never confirmed or denied the figure. The estimate was likely low. His financial structure was deliberately opaque. A maze of Panamanian corporations, long-term contracts, and strategic debt that made it nearly impossible for outsiders to assess his true wealth. That spring, Ludwig sat across from his chief financial officer in the same spare Manhattan office. Outside, the world was changing. The U-2 incident had heightened Cold War tensions. Kennedy and Nixon were campaigning for the presidency, and civil rights protests were gaining momentum in the South. None of this seemed to penetrate the focused concentration of the two men reviewing balance sheets. "The IRS audit team has requested these additional documents," the CFO said, sliding a folder across the desk. Ludwig opened it calmly. For 3 months, Internal Revenue agents had been examining National Bulk Carrier's complex structure. Some in Washington questioned how a shipping empire of such magnitude could generate so little taxable income in the United States. "Give them everything they ask for," Ludwig said. "Every contract, every charter agreement, every corporate filing." "Are you sure? The Panamanian structures?" "Are entirely legal," Ludwig finished. "I've never broken a tax law in my life. I've simply understood them better than most." He closed the folder. "This isn't about evasion, it's about efficiency." The audit would eventually conclude without finding violations. Ludwig's structure was a masterclass in legal tax minimization, a corporate architecture designed to maximize post-tax returns while remaining within the letter of the law. That evening, Ludwig worked late, reviewing plans for new tankers with even greater capacity. The shipping industry was evolving. Larger vessels meant lower cost per ton mile, and Ludwig intended to maintain his cost leadership. At 63, he showed no signs of slowing down or enjoying the fruits of his labor in the conventional sense. His phone rang. "Ludwig, Dan, it's James. I'm at the Four Seasons. Onassis is in town. He's hosting a dinner and specifically asked if you'd join us." James Manning was Ludwig's occasional attorney, one of the few people who might be considered close to him. "I'm working," Ludwig replied. "It's a gathering of the industry's top minds. Even Getty might make an appearance." "And what would we discuss?" "The latest yacht designs." Manning chuckled. "Come on, Dan. Even you could use a night out occasionally." "What's the point of a yacht if you're working?" Ludwig countered. It was a rhetorical question that encapsulated his philosophy. Wealth was a tool for building more wealth, not for display. So that's a no? Tell Aristotle, I appreciate the invitation. Ludwig's tone suggested he appreciated it very little. But I have contracts to review. After hanging up, Ludwig returned to his work. The contrast between him and Onassis was stark. The Greek shipping magnate cultivated publicity, collected celebrities, and sailed the Mediterranean on his famous yacht, the Christina. Ludwig saw such displays as wasteful distractions. By 1963, the world had changed again. President Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas. The Beatles were transforming popular music, and the Vietnam conflict was escalating. Through it all, Ludwig's operation continued its methodical expansion. In a rare departure from his routine, Ludwig had agreed to meet a journalist from the Wall Street Journal. The resulting profile would be brief and focused entirely on National Bulk Carriers' business operations. Ludwig had made it clear that his personal life was off limits. Mr. Ludwig, your company operates over 200 ships, yet your New York office employs fewer than 10 people. How is that possible? The young reporter asked. Ludwig considered the question. Complexity is inefficient. We manage contracts and relationships. The ships run themselves. But surely coordinating a global fleet requires substantial overhead. No, it requires clarity about what matters. Our captains know their jobs. Our shipyards understand our standards. Everything else is unnecessary. The reporter scribbled notes. Your competitors often speak of your operational discipline. Some call it ruthless. Ludwig's expression didn't change. I expect people to do what they commit to do. That's not ruthless. It's the minimum requirement for a functioning business. And if they don't, then we don't work together anymore. The answer was simple, definitive. In Ludwig's world, there were no second chances on performance. Results mattered, excuses did not. You've managed to maintain remarkably consistent profit margins, even as the industry has faced fluctuations. What's your secret? There is no secret. We build ships at the lowest possible cost, operate them at the highest possible efficiency, and secure long-term contracts that guarantee stable returns. The mathematics is straightforward. The interview continued in this vein, Ludwig providing precise, economical answers that revealed his business philosophy while disclosing almost nothing about himself. The resulting article would describe him as shipping's invisible titan and note his apparent indifference to the trappings of wealth that consumed so many of his peers. In 1965, Ludwig sat in his doctor's office for his annual physical. At 68, he remained lean and energetic, rising before dawn and working until well after dark. Your health is excellent, Mr. Ludwig, the doctor said, reviewing the results. Though I would recommend more rest. Your schedule is punishing for a man half your age. Ludwig nodded politely, but had no intention of slowing down. Rest was inefficient. How's your diet? The doctor asked. The same. Oatmeal for breakfast, simple dinner. Belly, no lunch, no time. The doctor shook his head with a small smile. Most of my wealthy patients indulge themselves too much. You might be the only one who indulges too little. Later that day, Ludwig met with his small team to review the fleet's performance. The numbers were exceptional. Operating margins held steady at nearly 30%. Debt was being retired on schedule, and new construction was progressing as planned. The Gulf contract is up for renewal, his operations director noted. They're pushing for a 2% reduction in the charter rate. On what basis? Ludwig asked. They claim market conditions have changed. Ludwig considered this briefly. Show them the maintenance records for the last 5 years. Our on-time delivery rate is 99.6%. Their other carriers average 92%. The differential more than justifies our premium. And if they push back, Then we'll charter those ships to Shell. They've been asking for additional capacity." The meeting continued, each topic addressed with the same methodical precision. No decision was made without data. No agreement was reached without clarity on expectations. This was Ludwig's system, a finely tuned machine built on contractual certainty and operational excellence. That evening, alone in his modest apartment, Ludwig reviewed his asset allocation. Approximately 90% of his wealth remained in operating businesses, primarily ships and shipyards, with the remaining 10% in cash and treasury bonds. It was a highly concentrated portfolio by conventional standards, but Ludwig had never followed conventional wisdom. He bet on what he knew and controlled. Outside, Manhattan glittered with the lights of a city increasingly defined by consumption and display. The Cultural Revolution of the 1960s was in full swing: rock music, youth rebellion, new social norms. None of it penetrated Ludwig's focused world. For him, the calculations remained the same: build, charter, collect, reinvest. The cycle that had carried him from a single steam tanker to one of the world's largest private fleets continued unabated. As 1966 approached, bringing with it new challenges and opportunities, Daniel K. Ludwig remained what he had always been: a man defined by his work, measured by his results, and content to let others seek the spotlight while he built an empire in the shadows. The cerulean waters of the Rio Negro joined the muddy brown Amazon beneath the Cessna's wings as Daniel K. Ludwig gazed down at the unbroken emerald carpet of rainforest. At 70, his face was weathered like old leather, deep creases framing pale blue eyes that had seen 50 years of calculating risk on water. Today, in the humid summer of 1967, he was calculating it on land 3.8 million acres of it. "We're approaching the southern boundary now, Mr. Ludwig," the pilot called back over the engine noise. Ludwig merely nodded, his attention fixed on the vastness below. From this height, the Amazon seemed both infinite and vulnerable, a contradiction that appealed to his pragmatic nature. The cabin of the small aircraft was stifling despite the altitude. Sweat beaded on Ludwig's forehead, but he paid it no mind. Physical discomfort had long ago ceased to register as meaningful information. What mattered was the assessment: timber yields, access points, drainage patterns. The pulp mill would need to process thousands of tons daily. G. Melina arborea should reach harvest maturity in 6 to 8 years in this climate, according to his forestry consultants. "Banking left to follow the river tributary," the pilot announced. "That's where you're planning the port facilities." "Yes," Ludwig replied, eyes never leaving the window. "Deep enough draft for ocean-going vessels. We'll need a railroad from there to the processing center." The young Brazilian government official seated across from him leaned forward. "Senhor Ludwig, this is an unprecedented investment in our country's future. President Costa e Silva is most grateful for your confidence in Brazil." Ludwig turned from the window, his expression unchanged. "I'm not making a donation to Brazil, young man. I'm making an investment in pulp production. If your government wants development and I want vertically integrated supply, we both get what we need." The official nodded quickly, chastened by the billionaire's directness. Ludwig had no patience for diplomatic niceties. The military junta that controlled Brazil had granted him this vast territory for roughly $3 million, less than $1 an acre. In return, he'd pledged over $1 billion in development. The deal had been struck in Brasilia with handshakes and signatures, away from prying eyes. Back in his hotel suite in Brasilia that evening, Ludwig studied detailed maps spread across a mahogany table. The air conditioning hummed, fighting the equatorial heat. A crystal tumbler of scotch sat untouched by his elbow. He rarely drank, but hotels always provided it, and he rarely corrected their assumptions. A knock at the door preceded his longtime legal advisor, William Dean, from Dewey Ballantyne. "The contracts are finalized," Dean said, placing a leather portfolio on the table. "You now own a piece of land larger than Connecticut." Ludwig's thin lips curved slightly. "Not bad for a kid who quit school at 9 to work the lakes." "The military government is stable for now," Dean continued, loosening his tie in the artificial coolness of the room. "General Costa y Silva has consolidated power. His successor will likely continue the industrialization policy." Ludwig's finger traced a river line on the map. "Political stability is a relative term in South America. We'll need to cultivate relationships with whoever's next. That's why you're meeting with the mining minister tomorrow." Ludwig nodded. "And dinner with Medici next week. He's positioned to take power when Costa y Silva steps down. We need to secure the tax exemptions and import licenses regardless of who sits in the palace." "Dan," Dean said, using the familiar name few were permitted, "this breaks your own rules. No portability. If things go south politically—" "You can't float a pulp mill?" Ludwig interrupted with unexpected humor. "Actually, Bill, that's exactly what we're going to do." When Dean looked confused, Ludwig continued, voice low and measured. "We'll build the mill in Japan, tow it 15,000 miles across 2 oceans to the Amazon. The engineering plans are already being drawn up." The lawyer stared. After 30 years working with Ludwig, he could still be surprised by the shipowner's audacity. "The Jari Project," Ludwig said, tapping the map, "named after the river that runs through it. Biggest private tropical agricultural development in history." Later that night, unable to sleep, Ludwig stood on his hotel balcony overlooking the modernist geometry of Brasilia. The planned city, built in the middle of nowhere in just 4 years, reminded him of his own approach: identify the need, apply capital and will, create where nothing existed before. The night air carried the scent of tropical flowers and diesel exhaust. In the distance, the lights of Oscar Niemeyer's Cathedral of Brasilia glowed like a concrete lotus. Ludwig's mind, however, was already in the rainforest, calculating clear-cut acreage, labor requirements, growth rates. At 70, most men contemplated retirement. Ludwig was launching the most ambitious project of his life. By 1971, the Jari Project had transformed from lines on maps to a hive of activity in the rainforest. The remote Amazon location now featured the beginnings of a company town, Monte Dorado rising from cleared jungle. Prefabricated buildings housed engineers, forestry experts, and managers. Brazilian laborers lived in more modest quarters, creating a stratified society in microcosm. Ludwig stepped from his helicopter onto the newly constructed landing pad. The humid air hit him like a physical force after the air-conditioned cabin. At 74, he still traveled relentlessly, inspecting his far-flung empire with the same attention to detail that had built it. "Production numbers?" he asked without preamble as his plantation manager approached. "G. Melina seedlings are showing variable growth rates," the manager replied, falling into step beside him. "Some areas exceeding projections, others lagging by 30%. The soil chemistry is more varied than initial surveys indicated." Ludwig frowned. Biology was proving less predictable than steel hulls and diesel engines. "Show me the problematic sections." For hours he trudged through cleared areas where rows of young G. Melina trees stretched toward the sun. The scent of fresh-cut timber and disturbed earth filled the air, mingling with the distant smell of the river. Occasionally, the calls of displaced wildlife echoed from the forest edge. "We're adjusting fertilizer ratios," the plantation manager explained as they examined stunted trees, "and considering Caribbean pine as an alternative in certain soil types." Ludwig nodded, mentally recalculating timelines and yields. The floating pulp mill, under construction in Japan, would require consistent feedstock. Every delay in tree growth meant adjustments to the massive project's financial model. That evening, in the Spartan manager's residence that served as his quarters during visits, Ludwig met with his team of engineers, forestry experts, and operations managers. Maps and charts covered the walls. The room smelled of coffee and cigarette smoke, the ceiling fans pushing hot air in circles. Kaolin mining operations are on schedule, reported the mining engineer. The deposits are high quality, suitable for paper coating. We'll need additional power generation for processing. Ludwig listened, asking occasional sharp questions about costs and timelines. The Jari project wasn't just about trees and pulp, it encompassed mining, power generation, transportation infrastructure, and human resources, all in a roadless wilderness. After the others had left, his chief financial officer remained. "The investment is exceeding projections by 15%, Dan," he said quietly. "We're approaching $400 million with years to go before production." Ludwig's expression didn't change. The structure remains 80% debt, 20% equity. The banks are comfortable with the charter model. For shipping, yes. But this, the CFO gestured at the maps of the sprawling project. "The principle is the same," Ludwig replied. "Long-term contracts secure the debt. The Japanese and Europeans need pulp. They'll sign 20-year agreements once the mill is operational." And the political situation. There are rumors Medici's position is weakening. Ludwig walked to the window. Beyond the lights of Monte Dorado, the darkness of the Amazon was absolute. "That's why I'm meeting with Torrijos in Panama next month." Diversification of relationships. Later that night, alone with a sparse dinner of fish and rice, Ludwig reviewed correspondence from New York. National bulk carriers continued generating the cash that fueled his Amazon ambitions. His shipping empire remained the engine, even as he built something entirely new. A separate folder contained reports from Switzerland about a different project altogether, one as personal as Jari was commercial. The Ludwig Institute for Cancer Research, which he had established earlier that year with an initial pledge of $50 million. The foundation would fund cutting-edge research without bureaucracy or publicity, direct support to scientists working on fundamental problems. Ludwig reviewed the preliminary grant proposals with the same attention he gave to shipping manifests and timber yields. Cancer had taken his first wife. Now his fortune would wage war against the disease, quietly and methodically. Spring 1972 found Ludwig in New York, in his austere office on Park Avenue. The space was a study in functional minimalism. No art on the walls, no luxurious furniture, just the tools needed to manage a global enterprise. Through the windows, the Manhattan skyline stood hazy in the distance, the city struggling through years of fiscal crisis and social upheaval. Ludwig ignored the view, focused instead on engineering diagrams spread across his desk. They detailed the floating pulp mill now taking shape in a Japanese shipyard, a marvel of industrial design that would travel across the Pacific, through the Panama Canal, and up the Amazon to the heart of the Jari project. A knock interrupted his concentration. His secretary announced, "Dr. Lloyd Old is here to see you." Ludwig straightened, setting aside the diagrams. "Send him in." Dr. Old entered, a distinguished figure in his early 50s with an academic's bearing. As the research director for the newly established Ludwig Institute for Cancer Research, he represented the philanthropic counterweight to Ludwig's industrial ambitions. "Mr. Ludwig," Old greeted him with professional warmth. "Thank you for making time." Ludwig nodded toward a chair. "How is the Institute progressing?" "Exceptionally well. We've established our first laboratory in Lausanne. The Zurich facility will be operational by fall. We're recruiting top immunology researchers from around the world." And the science? Ludwig asked, cutting to his primary concern. Old leaned forward, energized. We're focusing on the relationship between the immune system and cancer. The field is ripe for breakthrough. With your structure of direct funding to scientists rather than institutions, we're attracting innovative minds who might otherwise be constrained by traditional grant mechanisms. Ludwig listened intently. Cancer research represented a different type of long-term investment, one without guaranteed returns, but with immeasurable potential value. The initial $50 million will fund operations through the decade, Ludwig said. I've instructed my estate planners to make provisions for substantially more. Old nodded, understanding the magnitude of this commitment. May I ask what drew you to cancer research specifically? There are many worthy causes. For a moment, Ludwig's mask of efficiency slipped, revealing something more human beneath. Cancer doesn't negotiate, he said simply. It doesn't care about wealth or power or connections. I've spent my life controlling variables, finance, engineering, politics. Cancer remains uncontrolled. The admission, brief as it was, offered rare insight into the billionaire's thinking. At 75, Ludwig was constructing not just a business legacy, but a humanitarian one, though he would never have used such sentimental terminology. After Dr. Old departed, Ludwig turned his attention to reports from his other ventures: citrus groves in Florida, salt production facilities, exploratory oil stakes. Each represented a careful hedge against the enormous bet he'd placed on the Amazon. His investment philosophy had crystallized over decades: maintain control, secure long-term revenue streams, leverage heavily but safely with dedicated cash flows, and ensure asset portability where possible. The Jari project violated this last principle. Trees couldn't be moved like ships, but the potential returns justified the exception. As evening fell over Manhattan, Ludwig remained at his desk, reviewing forecasts for kaolin production at Jari. Outside, the city descended into its nocturnal rhythm. Sirens, horns, the distant thrum of 8 million lives intersecting. None of it penetrated his concentration. A world away, in the Amazon, thousands of workers were clearing jungle, planting seedlings, building infrastructure, all extensions of this one man's vision. Simultaneously, in sterile laboratories in Switzerland and New York, scientists pursued microscopic enemies with funds from the same source. The shipping magnate who had started with a single tanker and a $5,000 loan had created an empire that spanned continents. Now, in his 8th decade, Daniel K. Ludwig was sowing seeds both literal and metaphorical, some that would grow into forests, others that might someday save lives. He closed the file on his desk and finally looked out at the darkening city. Most men his age reflected on what they had built. Ludwig remained focused on what he was still building, in the rainforest, in laboratories, in the invisible architecture of obligation and opportunity that had always been his true medium. The Amazon venture represented his most audacious gamble. A billion-dollar bet on biology, politics, and engineering converging perfectly over decades. Whether it would succeed remained to be seen, but Ludwig had never been one to hedge his convictions. Control the variables. Accept the calculated risk. Build something where nothing existed before. That night, as he left his office for his modest apartment, the city around him pulsed with the chaotic energy of the early 1970s: protest, decay, creativity, and reinvention. Ludwig moved through it like a visitor from another time, a man whose internal discipline created its own gravity, pulling resources and possibilities into orbit around a singular vision of how the world could be shaped by will and capital. In the Amazon, the trees continued growing, molecules dividing and multiplying according to their ancient programming. In laboratories, researchers pursued cancer cells with similar patience. And in the space between these worlds moved Daniel Ludwig, connecting them with invisible filaments of finance and purpose. A fortune made on water now seeding possibilities on land and in the microscopic realm of human cells. The gamble continued. The builder built on. The floating pulp mill gleamed in the afternoon sun, a colossal industrial island being towed across the vast Atlantic. From the deck of his chartered helicopter, Daniel Ludwig watched the engineering marvel inch its way toward the mouth of the Amazon, a testament to his vision, or perhaps his hubris. The year was 1978, and at 81, Ludwig had orchestrated what many considered impossible, constructing an entire pulp processing facility in Japan, then moving it 15,000 miles to the heart of his Jari project in Brazil. "Remarkable, isn't it, Mr. Ludwig?" shouted his project manager over the helicopter's rhythmic thump. Ludwig nodded almost imperceptibly, his weathered face betraying nothing of the complex calculations running through his mind. The floating mill represented a $250 million gamble, a fraction of his wealth, yet symbolic of his approach to business. While others hesitated, Ludwig deployed capital with surgical precision. "Time to head back," Ludwig said, checking his watch. A modest Timex that seemed incongruous on the wrist of a man worth billions. Later that evening, in his temporary quarters near the Jari operation, Ludwig received the day's financial reports from New York. The data confirmed what he already knew. The 1973 OPEC embargo and subsequent oil crisis had created chaos for most shipping magnates, but Ludwig's empire had weathered the storm remarkably well. His strategy of securing long-term charters before the price spike had preserved margins while competitors floundered. His fleet now numbered over 250 vessels, representing approximately 5% of global tanker capacity. Nearly 30,000 employees worldwide operated under his corporate umbrella. The projected annual profit approached $300 million, a staggering figure that Ludwig processed with the same emotional detachment he might give a weather report. "Debt is a tool. Fear of debt is a handicap," he murmured to himself, repeating one of his operational mantras as he reviewed the leveraging positions across his companies. The statement had appeared in Fortune magazine's profile the previous year. The Invisible Billionaire, a rare piece that had managed to penetrate the veil of privacy Ludwig maintained with religious dedication. The telephone rang, its harsh bell cutting through the humid Amazon night. "Ludwig," he answered, his voice crisp despite the late hour. "Mr. Ludwig, it's Harrison. The environmental activists have scheduled another press conference for tomorrow. They're doubling down on the deforestation claims." Ludwig sighed. Since 1974, environmental groups had been mounting increasingly vocal campaigns against the Jari project, decrying the monoculture tree plantations and alleged ecological damage. "Send them our carbon sequestration data. These trees absorb more carbon than the previous vegetation. We're following every Brazilian regulation to the letter." "Yes, sir, though I'm not sure facts will sway them at this point." "Then that's their problem. The press is a waste of time." Ludwig hung up without waiting for a response. The clock read 11 p.m. In New York, it would be approaching his normal bedtime. Ludwig maintained the same schedule regardless of time zone, awake by 5:30 a.m., a breakfast of oatmeal and black coffee, then work from 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. Even here in the Amazon, thousands of miles from his Spartan office at 445 Park Avenue, the routine remained sacrosanct. 3 months later, Ludwig sat in his New York office, reviewing the preliminary operational data from the newly installed pulp mill. The engineering had been flawless. The Japanese contractors had delivered a masterpiece of industrial design. But the underlying economics were troubling. The Gemelina trees weren't growing as projected in the acidic Amazon soil. Labor costs were higher than anticipated. The Brazilian government's attitude toward foreign investment was shifting in concerning ways. Ludwig made notes in his precise handwriting, using the same mechanical pencil he'd carried for decades. Outside his window, Manhattan glittered in the winter dusk of 1978, a city in decay yet still vibrant with possibility. New York teetered on bankruptcy, its streets crime-ridden, its infrastructure crumbling. Yet Ludwig had been strategically acquiring Manhattan real estate throughout the decade, adding approximately $600 million in property assets to his portfolio. "Mr. Stavros is here to see you," announced his secretary through the intercom. Aristotle Stavros entered, not the famous shipping magnate Onassis, who had died in 1975, but Ludwig's own trusted shipping operations director. Unlike most billionaires, Ludwig employed a remarkably small headquarters staff, preferring to maintain direct lines to key lieutenants without layers of corporate bureaucracy. "The Japanese yards have completed the new supertankers ahead of schedule," Stavros reported. "Mitsui is asking if we want to commission 2 more at the same price point." Ludwig considered the proposal. His strategic alliance with Japanese shipbuilders, Mitsui, Mitsubishi, and IHI, had been cultivated since the early 1950s, long before most Western shipping companies recognized Japan's potential. That foresight now translated to an estimated $500 million in cumulative economic advantage, better pricing, priority construction slots, and technical innovations unavailable to competitors. Tell them yes, but negotiate a 5% discount if they can deliver by March instead of June. Stavros nodded, knowing Ludwig would likely get exactly what he asked for. Their partnership with the Japanese yards was built on mutual respect and Ludwig's reputation for fair-dealing rare currencies in the cutthroat shipping industry. As Stavros departed, Ludwig's eyes fell on the latest Forbes magazine on his desk. Though he rarely read press about himself, his assistant had flagged this one. Forbes had estimated his net worth at approximately $2 billion, making him America's wealthiest private citizen. The figure was likely conservative, given the opacity of his corporate structure and the soaring value of his shipping and real estate holdings. Ludwig closed the magazine without reading further. Wealth rankings held no interest for him. Money was merely a tool for building, for solving problems at scale. His apartment on the Upper East Side remained modest and rented, not owned. His suits were off the rack rather than bespoke. He drove used Chevrolet when he didn't take cabs. While contemporaries collected art, maintained yachts, and cultivated public personas, Ludwig remained purposefully invisible. The evening air carried a hint of spring as Ludwig took his customary after-dinner walk through Central Park in April 1979. The city was transforming around him. Studio 54 pulsed just blocks away with disco rhythms and cocaine-fueled excess. Wall Street's young bankers were beginning to embrace a new ethos of conspicuous consumption. Times Square blazed with pornography theaters and crime. None of this registered in Ludwig's daily existence. At 82, his life followed the same monastic rhythms it had for decades. Work, simple meals, early sleep, no alcohol, no smoking, no indulgences. His mind remained occupied with complex calculations, fleet deployment patterns, currency fluctuations, political risk assessments, while his body moved through the familiar park paths. A young couple pushed past him, laughing about something on their way to a nightclub. They wouldn't recognize the unassuming elderly man as the person who controlled more shipping tonnage than most nations. The anonymity pleased him. Ludwig paused at a bench overlooking the reservoir. The 1970s had been a decade of upheaval. Vietnam's end, Nixon's disgrace, America's crisis of confidence. Through it all, Ludwig had methodically expanded his empire while others retrenched. When OPEC quadrupled oil prices in 1973, triggering global stagflation, Ludwig's long-term charters had insulated his operations from the worst impacts. When New York City nearly defaulted on its bonds in 1975, he quietly acquired prime Manhattan properties at distressed prices. He checked his watch, 8:30 p.m. Time to return to his apartment and review tomorrow's meetings. The Jari project continued to consume significant capital without delivering the promised returns. The floating pulp mill operated efficiently from an engineering standpoint but struggled economically. The market for pulp was softening just as production came online, a classic example of the commodity cycle Ludwig usually navigated with precision. For the first time in decades, Ludwig felt the faint stirrings of doubt. Not about his methods or his vision, but about time itself. At 82, even with his disciplined health regimen and sharp mind, the biological reality was inescapable. Would he see Jari reach profitability? Would the massive investment in the Amazon ever yield the returns he had projected with such confidence? Back in his apartment, Ludwig reviewed a confidential report on his Japanese shipyard relationships. The strategic partnership remained his single best investment, a competitive moat that others couldn't replicate without decades of trust building. The yards now routinely reserved their best construction slots for Ludwig's orders, offered preferential pricing, and implemented his technical specifications without question. The telephone rang. "Mr. Ludwig, it's Carson from the Jari operation. We've encountered an issue with the pulping chemicals. The Brazilian import restrictions have delayed our shipment by at least 3 weeks." Ludwig listened, then gave precise instructions for sourcing alternative supplies through a Panamanian intermediary. The solution came to him instantly, not from business school theories, but from decades of navigating similar obstacles across continents. After hanging up, Ludwig moved to his bedroom window, gazing out at the Manhattan skyline. The city's lights glimmered against the April darkness, a constellation of human ambition. Somewhere in those streets, disco played and young professionals discussed the record inflation rates, the 3 Mile Island nuclear accident, and the hostage situation unfolding in Iran. But in Ludwig's apartment, there was only the scratch of his pencil as he made notes for tomorrow's meetings. No television hummed in the background. No artwork adorned the walls. No luxury objects testified to his extraordinary wealth. There was only the work, the never-ending calculus of building and maintaining an empire that spanned oceans and continents. As he prepared for bed with military precision, laying out his simple suit for the morning and setting his alarm for 5:30 a.m., Ludwig reflected on a statement he'd made to a rare interviewer years before: "The press is a waste of time." The sentiment extended beyond journalists to encompass all forms of public performance. While others sought recognition, Ludwig sought results. While they accumulated symbols of success, he accumulated capabilities, vessels, properties, systems. Outside, a passing car blared the disco hit, "I Will Survive." Inside, the invisible billionaire turned out his light. Ready to rise before dawn and continue building, one methodical decision at a time, an empire that operated largely beyond public awareness, yet moved the fundamental resources upon which the global economy depended. In the darkness of his bedroom, Ludwig made a mental note to have his team assess the potential long-term impacts of the recent Iranian revolution on Middle Eastern oil shipments. Even as the world's attention fixed on the hostage crisis, Ludwig's mind calculated the second and third-order effects on tanker routing, insurance premiums, and charter rates. The invisible billionaire closed his eyes, his empire continuing to move across the world's oceans while he slept. The sun was setting over Manhattan, painting the skyline in hues of amber and gold as Daniel Ludwig gazed out from his Park Avenue office window. At 83, the billionaire shipowner's face was a weathered map of decisions made and battles fought across 6 decades. The fading light caught the edge of his wire-rimmed glasses as he studied the latest shipping reports with the same intensity he'd shown since his Great Lakes days. "Rates down another 8% this quarter," he muttered, placing the document on his meticulously organized desk. The tanker market's collapse wasn't a surprise. He'd seen it coming for years. OPEC production cuts, the global recession, and new fuel efficiency standards had created the perfect storm. What had once been his empire's backbone was now becoming its anchor. His secretary, Margaret, knocked softly before entering. After 30 years, she knew his rhythms better than anyone. "The call from Brazil is on line 1, Mr. Ludwig," she said. Ludwig nodded, picking up the heavy black receiver. The situation at Jurirating was deteriorating. What had begun as a visionary project, converting 3.8 million acres of Amazon rainforest into a sustainable timber and pulp operation, had become a financial sinkhole. Over $1 billion invested, and now labor unrest threatened to make matters worse. "Ludwig," he answered simply. The voice on the other end belonged to his operations manager in Brazil, describing a situation spinning out of control. Workers were striking, demanding higher wages and better housing. Local officials were concerned about potential violence. The military government was watching closely. "How many workers are involved?" Ludwig asked, his voice betraying no emotion. "Nearly 8,000, came the reply. "They've stopped everything. The pulp mill, the kaolin mining, timber operations, everything." Ludwig listened silently, calculating costs against alternatives. The manager waited for instructions. "Grant the wage increases, 25% across the board," Ludwig finally said. "Accelerate the housing improvements. Get operations running again." "Sir, that will increase our costs by at least 8% overall." "I understand the math," Ludwig replied, his tone flat. "Better that than bloodshed or military intervention. Make it happen." He hung up the phone and turned back to the window. Darkness had fallen over the city, the office towers now illuminated like vertical constellations. Somewhere out there, financial analysts were already writing Jari's obituary. Ludwig had heard the whispers for years. The hubris of trying to bend the Amazon to his will, the folly of a shipping magnate playing forester. The following summer, Ludwig sat alone in his office reviewing the morning's Wall Street Journal. The headline caught his eye: "Forbes to launch rich list, 400 wealthiest Americans ranked." He folded the paper with deliberate precision and placed it aside. Such things held no interest for him. His intercom buzzed. "Mr. Ludwig, there's a reporter from Forbes on the line. He says it's regarding their upcoming special issue." Ludwig's expression didn't change. "Tell them I'm unavailable." Later that evening, in the quiet of his Upper East Side apartment, Ludwig poured himself a small glass of scotch, his only regular indulgence. The telephone rang. Few people had this private number. "It's Richard," said the voice of his longtime attorney and confidant. "Forbes is running their list next month. They're placing you at the top estimated worth of $2 billion. They want a comment." Ludwig took a measured sip before answering. "Tell them the number is wrong, and I don't care." "That's it?" Richard asked. "That's all they need to know," Ludwig replied. When the inaugural Forbes 400 hit newsstands in September 1982, Ludwig found himself crowned America's richest man. In boardrooms and country clubs across the nation, people studied his entry with fascination. The man who owned more tanker tonnage than Exxon. The shipping king who never gave interviews. The visionary behind the ambitious Jari project in Brazil. Ludwig himself didn't bother to read it. He was focused on more pressing matters, namely, how to extract himself from the Amazon venture that had consumed so much of his capital and attention. The Brazilian consortium representative sat across from Ludwig in the conference room of his Manhattan office. The wood-paneled space was deliberately understated. No artwork, no ostentation, only the functional elegance that characterized all of Ludwig's operations. Augusto Azevedo, the Brazilian businessman leading the consortium, spoke carefully. "We believe our offer is fair, considering the current economic realities." Ludwig studied the documents before him. The offer was approximately $280 million for an operation in which he had invested between $1.1 and $1.3 billion over 15 years. On paper, it was a staggering loss, one that would have destroyed most fortunes. For Ludwig, it represented something else, freedom from a miscalculation. "The terms are acceptable," Ludwig said finally. His attorney looked surprised. "Daniel, perhaps we should discuss this further." Ludwig shook his head slightly. "The decision is made." Later, after the Brazilians had departed with signed agreements, Ludwig stood by the window again, watching rain streak down the glass. His attorney approached cautiously. "May I ask why? Why accept such a loss?" Ludwig was silent for a moment before answering. "The forest won," he said simply. "Better to admit defeat and move on than continue fighting an unwinnable battle." When news of the sale broke, it made front-page headlines in Brazil, but merited only small mentions in American financial papers. Few understood the significance of Ludwig's concession. For a man who had built an empire by never surrendering control, the Jari sale was a rare public acknowledgment of failure. The winter of 1982 brought bitter cold to New York. Inside his office, Ludwig methodically reviewed his holdings with his chief financial advisor. The shipping portfolio was contracting vessels sold at distressed prices as charter rates continued their downward spiral. His real estate investments, particularly in Manhattan, were becoming the stable core of his diminished but still formidable fortune. "Forbes has revised their estimate," his advisor mentioned. "They're now suggesting your net worth is closer to $3 billion. Ludwig didn't look up from the documents. "They're still wrong." "Would you like us to correct them?" Ludwig shook his head. "Let them guess. It changes nothing." By 1983, Ludwig's portfolio transformation was well underway. Shipping assets, once the cornerstone of his wealth, were systematically liquidated. Manhattan real estate, undeveloped land in California, and other passive investments now dominated his balance sheet. His empire was shrinking by design, becoming more concentrated, more manageable. He maintained his sparse daily routine, the 6 a.m. wake-up, the simple breakfast, the walk to his office regardless of weather, the same worn leather chair, the same mechanical calculator that he preferred over the electronic models his staff used. In a rare unguarded moment with Margaret, his secretary of more than 3 decades, he glanced at a newspaper featuring a profile of Wall Street's newest corporate raiders. "Parasites," he muttered, "creating nothing, building nothing, just moving paper and calling it wealth." Margaret, accustomed to his infrequent commentaries, nodded. "They seem to be everywhere these days." "They won't last," Ludwig replied. "Nothing built on other people's money ever does." The Ludwig Institute for Cancer Research had been operating modestly since the 1970s, but in 1985, Ludwig made a decision that would define his legacy. In his attorney's office, surrounded by estate documents, he formalized what he had been contemplating for years. "Upon my death, substantially all assets will transfer to the Institute," he stated, watching as the attorney made notes. "That would make it one of the largest medical research endowments in the world," the attorney observed. Ludwig nodded slightly. There are conditions. No buildings will bear my name. The money goes to researchers, not construction. The focus remains singular, cancer research. May I ask why cancer research specifically? The attorney inquired. Ludwig paused, his normally impassive face showing the slightest trace of something deeper. Because it's the enemy that hasn't been defeated yet. The attorney nodded, continuing with the documents. The decision would transform the Ludwig Institute from a modestly funded operation into one of the world's wealthiest medical research organizations, all while maintaining the founder's characteristic anonymity. In the autumn of 1985, Ludwig sat in a doctor's office on the Upper East Side, receiving news about his own health with the same equanimity with which he approached business decisions. The diagnosis wasn't good, but it wasn't immediate either. Time enough to complete what needed to be done. That evening, in his apartment overlooking Central Park, he stood at the window watching lights appear as dusk fell. His reflection in the glass showed a man still straight-backed and stern at 88, defying time as he had defied conventional wisdom throughout his career. The telephone rang. Richard again, with news that a prominent business magazine wanted to do a feature profile. "They're calling you the reclusive billionaire geniuses now," Richard said, amusement in his voice. "Others call me a ruthless robber baron," Ludwig replied evenly. "Neither matters." "So that's a no to the interview?" "As always." After hanging up, Ludwig returned to the window. Below, Manhattan continued its evening transformation. Limos idling outside restaurants, Wall Street's young lions prowling in their new Brooks Brothers suits, cocaine and champagne flowing in Soho lofts. The Reagan era was in full swing, wealth celebration at its zenith. Ludwig observed it all with detachment. He had built his fortune in an earlier time, with different rules. Keep entities private. Avoid Wall Street entanglements. Maintain the Panamanian corporate veil that had served him so well for decades. These principles had never changed, even as his business focus shifted. His thoughts turned to the Institute and its work. Would they find meaningful treatments in his lifetime? Probably not. But the machine was built, the funding secured. Like his shipping empire at its height, he had created a self-sustaining system that would continue without him. The Forbes estimates of his wealth, from $3 billion in 1982 to perhaps $1.5 billion by 1985, meant nothing to him. Numbers on paper. What mattered was what remained, enough to fund research for generations. Enough to perhaps someday defeat an enemy that had claimed too many lives. Ludwig moved away from the window and settled into his favorite chair, picking up a shipping industry report. Despite his divestments, he still followed the markets with professional interest. Old habits died hard. The tanker rates were showing signs of stabilization, though nowhere near their 1970s peaks. Too late for him to benefit, but he noted the pattern anyway. Outside, Manhattan continued its evening rhythm, oblivious to the quiet decisions being made in the apartment high above. A fortune built over 6 decades was being prepared for its final purpose. The man who had once commanded the world's largest private shipping fleet was orchestrating his last and most significant transaction, the transfer of billions to the cause of cancer research. Without fanfare, without public recognition, without even his name on the buildings. Just as he had always operated. The streetlights of Fifth Avenue reflected in his reading glasses as Daniel Ludwig turned the page, continuing his review of a world he had once dominated and was now, piece by piece, methodically leaving behind. The early morning light filtered through the blinds of the modest Manhattan office, casting thin ribbons across the worn wooden desk. Daniel K. Ludwig, now 89, ran a wrinkled finger over the columns of figures on the paper before him. The mechanical calculator at his elbow clicked and whirred. a sound unchanged since the 1950s, though the world outside had transformed many times over. He sipped from a coffee cup so familiar its rim bore a permanent stain at the exact spot where his lips always met the ceramic. 5:30 a.m., as it had been for decades. While Wall Street's young lions might still be sleeping off champagne and cocaine, Ludwig had already walked 2 miles through the pre-dawn streets, nodding to doormen and delivery workers who knew nothing of the billions he controlled. "The Peruvian charter papers are ready, Mr. Ludwig," said his assistant from the doorway. She'd been with him so long neither could precisely remember when she'd started. Some called her Ginger, though Ludwig had never used the name himself. She was simply there, as reliable as the tides that had carried his vessels. "Thank you," he said, his voice soft but clear. "And the buyers confirmed the transfer date?" "Yes, sir. They've wired the first installment." Ludwig nodded, making a small notation with his mechanical pencil. The sale of his last ship marked the end of an era. He had spent 7 decades building what had once been the largest private shipping fleet in the world, and now he was methodically dismantling it, vessel by vessel, contract by contract. Not out of failure, but by design. "Captain Sorum called," she continued. "He wanted to confirm the arrangements for the ceremony." Ludwig frowned slightly. "Tell him to keep it minimal, no speeches, no photographers." She suppressed a smile, having anticipated this exact response. "I already did, sir." The world of 1988 was noisy with triumphalism. The Reagan era was ending with the stock market still riding high, despite the previous October's crash. On television, commentators spoke of America's inevitable victory in the Cold War. Gleaming skyscrapers rose in Midtown, monuments to a capitalism that had supposedly proven itself superior to all alternatives. But Ludwig had witnessed too many cycles to be seduced by such certainty. The Rotterdam dock smelled of diesel and brine as Ludwig walked alongside Captain William Sorum, the man who had overseen his fleet operations for nearly 30 years. The enormous tanker before them, the Universe Mariner, would soon belong to someone else. She was a good ship, Sorum said, unusually sentimental. At 68, he was still considered young by Ludwig. "She's still a good ship," Ludwig replied. "That's why we're getting 15 million above market." The potential buyers, a consortium of Greek shipping magnates, were waiting in a conference room overlooking the harbor. They were known for driving hard bargains, but Ludwig had structured the deal to include long-term charter guarantees that made the premium worthwhile. The actual negotiations would be brief. Ludwig had spent weeks ensuring the terms were crafted to his advantage. "You know," Sorum said, pausing before they entered the building, "most men would hold some grand reception, last ship and all that." Ludwig gazed up at the vessel's immense hull. "It's a business transaction, not a funeral. For some of us, it feels like both." Ludwig placed a hand briefly on the captain's shoulder, a rare physical gesture from a man known for his reserve. "The ships were never the point, William. They were the means." Inside, the negotiation proceeded exactly as Ludwig had planned. He spoke little, letting the numbers and contract terms speak for themselves. The Greeks probed for weaknesses but found none. When signatures were finally exchanged, handshakes followed, but Ludwig was already mentally elsewhere, calculating how the proceeds would be allocated to the endowment that increasingly occupied his thoughts. On the flight back to New York, he reviewed the latest report from the Ludwig Institute for Cancer Research. The organization now had branches in 7 countries, with more planned. The early results were promising but not yet transformative. Ludwig read every page, noting questions in the margins with his neat, economical handwriting. "I need to live long enough to see a breakthrough," he murmured to himself as Manhattan's skyline appeared through the airplane window, glittering in the dusk light. The hallways of the Ludwig Institute's New York facility were immaculate, bathed in the antiseptic glow of fluorescent lighting. At 91, Ludwig still walked at a pace that had younger board members struggling to keep up. His daily regimen of 5+ miles had preserved a vigor that belied his years. The new immunotherapy approach shows real promise, Dr. Webster explained, gesturing to the slides projected on the wall. We're seeing tumor regression in cases previously considered untreatable. Ludwig nodded, absorbing the technical details that would have bewildered many laymen. He had educated himself in the fundamentals of oncology with the same methodical thoroughness he had once applied to naval architecture and currency arbitrage. Timeline to clinical application? He asked. Dr. Webster hesitated. 10 years, maybe more. Science moves. At its own pace, Ludwig finished. Yes, I'm aware. He had thought the same about the Jari project in Brazil, that vast ambition in the Amazon that had consumed $1 billion before he finally surrendered it in 1982. Nature had its own timelines, resistant to even his formidable will. Cancer research was teaching him the same lesson, but this time he had structured the endeavor differently. The endowment is designed to continue the work regardless, he said, more to himself than to the scientists gathered around the table. That's the difference this time. Later, walking back to his apartment, Ludwig passed a newsstand where the latest Forbes issue prominently featured a younger billionaire, someone who courted publicity and collected mansions. Ludwig adjusted his plain hat and continued walking, anonymous in the autumn chill. His own fortune, estimated somewhere between $1.4 and $1.6 billion, existed primarily in ledgers and wire transfers, not in visible symbols of wealth. His apartment, though in an expensive building, was modestly furnished, practical rather than luxurious. He took a simple dinner alone, reading scientific journals rather than the financial pages. The only concession to aesthetics was a single painting of a cargo ship at sunset, rendered with technical accuracy rather than artistic flourish. The telephone rang, an old rotary model, not the new touch-tone versions becoming common. "Mr. Ludwig, it's Harriman from the Trust Department," said the voice on the other end. "We need your approval on the diversification strategy for the Institute's endowment." Ludwig listened to the proposal, asked several pointed questions, then gave his authorization. Throughout, his focus remained on long-term stability rather than maximizing returns. The Institute needed to outlive him by decades, perhaps centuries. "Before you go," Harriman added, "there's been another inquiry from that biography writer." "Same answer as always," Ludwig replied and hung up without further discussion. Spring 1991 brought cherry blossoms to Central Park and a persistent cough to Ludwig's lungs. At 93, he had reduced his walking to 3 miles daily, but maintained his early rising and work schedule. The office staff had dwindled to just 8 people, mostly attorneys and accountants finalizing the complex structure that would govern his legacy. "The doctors recommend Florida," his assistant said, placing a cup of hot tea beside the stack of papers on his desk. Ludwig barely glanced up. "Doctors recommend many things. They also recommend rest." This earned a rare smile. "I'll rest when the Institute delivers its first breakthrough." The Gulf War had recently ended, its swift conclusion heralded by many as further proof of American preeminence. A new president spoke of a new world order. On Wall Street, the brief recession was already giving way to renewed optimism. None of this particularly interested Ludwig, who had long ago ceased tracking political fashions and market sentiment, except as they might affect his narrowing range of concerns. What did interest him were the preliminary results from a new research direction at the Institute, using the body's own immune system to fight cancer cells. The approach had been considered fringe just a decade earlier, but Ludwig's willingness to fund unconventional avenues was beginning to show potential. "If only we had started 20 years sooner," he remarked to Dr. Webster during their monthly review. "Science wasn't ready then," the researcher replied. "Some foundations try to push too far ahead of the knowledge curve and waste resources. Your timing was actually quite strategic." Ludwig nodded, though both men knew the truth. He had come to cancer research late in life, after spending decades accumulating the fortune that now powered the institute. There had been no master plan, just an adaptation to circumstances and a determination to leave something enduring. Winter arrived with unusual harshness in 1992. Ludwig, now confined more frequently to his apartment, watched the snow accumulate on his windowsill while dictating instructions about the Institute's governance structure. His voice, though softer than in years past, retained its precision and clarity of purpose. "The board must have final authority after my death, but during the transition period, maintain the veto provision as discussed," he told the attorneys gathered in his living room. "The scientific direction must remain independent of financial pressures." He paused, coughing briefly. "And the emphasis must remain on breakthrough approaches, not incremental improvements. Other organizations can handle the incremental." The youngest attorney present, perhaps 40, seemed slightly intimidated by the directness of Ludwig's gaze. Few people still alive had negotiated with this man in his prime, when he controlled shipping routes that influenced global oil prices and commanded respect from presidents and prime ministers alike. "Mr. Ludwig, we've prepared the succession documents exactly as specified," the lead attorney said. "Once executed, the Institute will receive approximately $750 million, possibly more depending on final valuations." Ludwig nodded, satisfied. It would be the largest donation to medical research in history, though he had specifically forbidden any announcement or naming opportunities beyond the Institute itself. "Is there anything else you wish to address regarding the estate?" the attorney asked. Ludwig considered for a moment. "The obituaries will likely call me a shipping magnate or some such nonsense. I would have preferred shipbuilder." The distinction matters. The attorneys exchanged glances, unsure how to respond to this unexpected reflection. "Though I suppose," Ludwig continued with unexpected lightness, "what they call me hardly matters now." On August 27, 1992, the summer heat still lingered over Manhattan when Daniel K. Ludwig's heart finally ceased its steady rhythm. He died as he had lived, privately, methodically, with minimal fuss. There was no family gathered at his bedside, no dramatic last words. The assistant who had served him for decades made the necessary calls from the small office he had maintained until the end. The obituaries, as he had predicted, described him primarily as a reclusive billionaire shipper. The more thorough accounts mentioned the Ludwig Institute and its unprecedented endowment. A few noted the Jari project and its ambitious failure. Almost none captured the essence of the man who had risen from the Great Lakes to control a significant percentage of the world's ocean-going cargo capacity without ever seeking public recognition. In the weeks that followed, his estate was valued at approximately $1.5 billion, a number that would have meant little to Ludwig himself, who had viewed wealth primarily as a tool rather than a scoreboard. The Institute received the bulk of the fortune, with instructions to pursue cancer research with the same single-minded focus he had once applied to building diesel-powered tankers. In a small ceremony attended by fewer than 20 people, mostly Institute scientists and longtime employees, Captain William Sorum offered perhaps the most fitting eulogy. "Mr. Ludwig understood that all ventures have natural life cycles," the captain said. "He built his fleet knowing someday he would dismantle it. He accumulated wealth knowing someday he would convert it to another purpose. He lived precisely as long as his final project required to become self-sustaining. I've never known anyone who could calculate the tides of time with such accuracy. As Manhattan continued its relentless evolution into the early 1990s, the first stirrings of internet companies, the cleanup of Times Square, the rise of a new generation of financial engineers, the legacy of Daniel K. Ludwig was already transitioning from the tangible to the potential. No ships remained bearing his company insignia. No buildings prominently displayed his name. Instead, in laboratories across 7 countries, researchers continued their work, funded by the fortune of a man who had understood that true immortality came not from monuments, but from enabling discoveries that might long outlive their benefactor. The final page had turned. The true story was just beginning. The leather-bound ledger sat open on the polished mahogany desk, the last physical reminder of his methods. Outside the frosted glass windows of the Ludwig Institute for Cancer Research, snow fell on the New York streets, accumulating silently, steadily, much like the fortune that had made all this possible. Daniel Ludwig was gone, but his legacy was still unfolding. Dr. Andrew Simpson, the Institute's scientific director, closed the ledger reverently. It contained handwritten calculations dating back decades, the invisible billionaire's private mathematics of ships, timber, and petroleum. The office itself was a time capsule preserved by the Institute's board, a Spartan testament to the man who had once been America's richest, yet remained its most private. "The numbers still hold up," Simpson remarked to the small gathering of board members. Even his projections from the 1980s about research timelines. He understood patience in molecular biology better than most scientists. By 1993, the Ludwig Institute had evolved into something far beyond what even its founder might have envisioned. 9 countries now housed LICR research facilities, a constellation of laboratories in the United States, United Kingdom, Switzerland, Australia, Brazil, Belgium, Sweden, Germany, and Canada. The annual grant-making had stabilized between $40 and $60 million, a perpetual engine fueled by Ludwig's final bequest of approximately $750 million. 10,000 publications and counting, said Dr. Helen Parker, adjusting her glasses as she reviewed the latest portfolio report. The NY-ESO1 antigen discovery and the dendritic cell therapy approaches are particularly promising. Though attribution is always complex in collaborative science. The snow continued to fall outside the window of the 445 Park Avenue office space that had once been Ludwig's command center. The view had changed since his day, more glass towers, different skyline accents, but the essential Manhattan energy remained unaltered. He would have appreciated the portfolio rebalancing, noted James Fitzgerald, the financial advisor who had overseen the transition of Ludwig's endowment from its heavy concentration in Manhattan real estate to a more diversified mix of equities and bonds by the early 2000s. The man understood risk across decades, not quarters. The endowment's professional management was itself a departure from Ludwig's hands-on approach, a necessary evolution after his passing. Yet the strategic patience he had exemplified in shipping, in timber, in petroleum, remained the Institute's North Star. 2 years later, in 1995, Professor Miguel Santos stood at the edge of Monte Dorado, the company town Ludwig had built in the Brazilian Amazon for his Jari project. The afternoon rain had just stopped, leaving the air heavy with moisture and the scent of wet earth. Santos, an environmental economist, had come to study what many considered Ludwig's one great failure. The pulp operation still runs, his guide explained, gesturing toward the massive industrial complex. Different ownership now, of course. But Ludwig's fingerprints are everywhere. Santos nodded, taking notes. The floating mill made it here in 1978, correct? Towed from Japan? Yes. An engineering marvel at the time. Largest object ever moved across the ocean under its own flotation. Two separate pieces, the power plant and the mill itself. Ludwig watched it arrive from that hilltop there. Santos studied the faded industrial town. Monte Dorado was still producing pulp, but it was a shadow of Ludwig's original vision, a city that would anchor a vertically integrated empire of timber, kaolin mining, and agriculture in the heart of the Amazon. The trees still grew in neat rows where rainforest had once stood, a geometric imposition of human will upon nature's chaos. He believed with 10 more years it would have worked, the guide said, almost defensively. The biological and political realities just didn't align with his timeline. Santos knew the numbers by heart. Ludwig had sunk somewhere between $1.1 and $1.5 billion into Jari before selling it in 1982 for a fraction of his investment. It remained the cautionary chapter in an otherwise extraordinary business narrative, the rare case where even Ludwig's legendary patience hadn't been sufficient. "Have you seen the aerial photographs from 1979? Santos asked. "I'm trying to understand the full scale of what he attempted here." "They're in the company archives. The contrast is striking. Geometric plantation grids carved from primeval forest. From above, it looks like two different worlds colliding." As they walked back toward the administrative buildings, Santos reflected on the ethical debates that still surrounded Ludwig's Amazon experiment. Was it visionary development or ecological colonialism? The question had no simple answer, even decades later. In South Haven, Michigan, the Maritime Museum had dedicated a small, easily overlooked exhibit to its most successful native son. Barbara Hendricks, the museum's curator, was arranging a newly acquired photograph, a 1950 image of the Kure shipyard launch in Japan that had represented Ludwig's boldest international gamble. "Most visitors have no idea who he was," she told the researcher who had donated the photograph. "I tell them he was once the richest man in America, and they think I'm exaggerating." The researcher, a doctoral student writing his dissertation on post-war shipping economics, smiled. The invisible billionaire. That was his strategy, wasn't it? Stay out of sight. South Haven barely registered in his life, Hendricks said. He left school at 9 to work on the lakes. By 16, he was gone for good. There's more material in the Port Huron archives about his early days. That's where he secured his first $5,000 loan to buy the Idalia in 1916. They stood in silence, studying the photograph. In it, a massive tanker hull slid into the water at the Kure shipyard, with tiny human figures providing scale to the enormous vessel. Somewhere in that crowd stood Ludwig himself, though no one could identify which figure was his, appropriate for a man who had made anonymity a competitive advantage. His advice was so simple, the researcher said. Pick one thing, do it better than anyone for 50 years, and if I lost it all, I'd borrow $5,000 and buy a boat. Hendricks nodded. Simple, but not easy. That's why there was only one Daniel Ludwig. By the late 1990s, the Ludwig Institute's scientific impact was becoming increasingly apparent in oncology research circles. Dr. Elizabeth Chen sat in her laboratory at the LICR facility in New York, examining immunofluorescence images of cancer cells treated with experimental antibodies targeting the NY-ESO1 antigen, a promising cancer marker that Institute-supported scientists had helped identify. The Ludwig Network makes this possible, she explained to a visiting researcher. We have collaborators in 9 countries working on complementary aspects of the same problem. It's a unique research ecosystem. Outside her window, autumn leaves drifted past. 7 years had passed since Ludwig's death, and the Institute had expanded its mission while remaining true to its founder's singular focus on cancer. The original direction came directly from Ludwig himself, Chen continued, adjusting the microscope. He wasn't a scientist, but he understood systems thinking, how to organize resources around a problem. The same way he approached shipping or forestry. The visiting scientist nodded. Is it true he left no personal diaries, no memoirs? Nothing public. There are reportedly some unpublished directives to the Institute, but few have seen them. Even in philanthropy, he maintained his privacy. Chen smiled slightly. There's something refreshing about that in today's world of branded giving. Later that evening, in the Institute's archives, Chen reviewed the public filings, the LICR's IRS Form 1023, documentation of the Jari sale in 1982, fragments of New York probate records. The paper trail was thin by design, a testament to Ludwig's lifelong aversion to publicity. The numbers tell part of the story, she murmured to herself. Peak annual revenues around $600 and $800 million in 1979, net earnings approaching $300 million per year in the mid to late 1970s. Forbes ranking him number 1 in 1982 with an estimated $2 billion. But the human element remains elusive. She closed the folder and turned off the light. Outside, New York continued its perpetual motion, unaware of the quiet work being done in Ludwig's name. In 2001, a maritime historian named Robert Larson stood on the observation deck of a container vessel crossing the Atlantic, the wind whipping at his coat. He was completing research for a book on flags of convenience, the practice of registering merchant ships in foreign nations to reduce operating costs, a system Ludwig had mastered decades before. The ethical questions persist, Larson said to the ship's first officer who had joined him at the railing. Was it exploitation of loopholes or rational competition within a global system? Ludwig would have said the latter. Below them, crew members from the Philippines, Ukraine, and Indonesia went about their duties, a living testament to the internationalization of shipping that Ludwig had helped pioneer. His fleet was estimated at between 200 and 300 vessels at its peak, Larson continued. No one knows the exact count because of the complex ownership structures he created. But at one point in the late 1970s, he controlled approximately 5% of the world's tanker capacity. The first officer nodded, squinting against the sun reflecting off the waves. Yet most people have never heard his name. That was by design. He once said that publicity was useful only if you were selling something to the public. He wasn't. He was selling shipping services to corporations, timber to paper mills, apartments to Manhattan residents. Anonymity was strategic. Later that evening, in his cabin, Larson reviewed his notes on the continuing debate surrounding Ludwig's business practices. The ethics of flags of convenience remained contentious, as did the environmental and social impacts of massive private developments like Jari. Even Ludwig's philanthropic choices, concentrating his giving on cancer research rather than spreading it across multiple causes, prompted ongoing discussion about the optimal structure of giving. The unresolved questions are part of his legacy, Larson wrote in his journal. The exact terms of the 1916 Port Huron bank loan. The handshake documentation from the 1950 Cure shipyard deal. The identity of his close assistants. The alleged arrangements with Omar Torrijos in Panama. Even his personal relationships remain largely unknown. He never married, and no romantic partners are documented. Larson closed his journal and looked out the porthole at the dark Atlantic. Somewhere below, in the invisible currents, were the shipping lanes Ludwig's tankers had once dominated, routes calculated for maximum efficiency, minimum cost, optimal return. By 2005, the Institute's endowment had been fully diversified from its original concentration in Manhattan real estate. In a conference room overlooking Central Park, the Ludwig Institute's investment committee reviewed the portfolio's performance. The transition to a more balanced asset allocation has preserved the founder's capital while reducing vulnerability to real estate cycles, the chief investment officer explained. Equities, bonds, alternative investments, the portfolio now reflects contemporary endowment management principles. Dr. Jonathan Hayes, who had known Ludwig personally in the Billionaire's final years, nodded in agreement but added, he would have appreciated the logic, if not necessarily every detail. Ludwig understood both concentration and diversification, when each was appropriate. After the meeting, Hayes walked through the corridor where photographs of Ludwig Institute facilities around the world hung in simple frames. Laboratories in Melbourne, Sao Paulo, Brussels, Oxford, San Diego, and other global centers. The 9-country network had produced over 10,000 scientific publications, advancing understanding of cancer biology and immunotherapy. Outside the building, Hayes paused on the sidewalk, looking up at 445 Park Avenue. Once Ludwig's understated headquarters, now generic office space indistinguishable from countless other Manhattan buildings. The anonymity seemed fitting. The ultimate verdict isn't in yet, Hayes mused to himself. Ludwig believed his greatest contribution would be through the Institute. He told me once that if they found even one significant treatment based on his funding, he would consider his fortune well spent. Hayes hailed a taxi to take him to the airport. He was flying to Brazil the next day to visit the Institute's Sao Paulo facility, not far from the Jari project that had been Ludwig's most public failure. The juxtaposition wasn't lost on him. The timber venture that biology had defeated and the biological research that might yet deliver Ludwig's greatest victory. By 2010, visitors to the Jari region found a complex legacy. The floating mill still operated, the plantations still produced pulp, but the grand vision of a self-contained industrial ecosystem remained unfulfilled. He believed with 10 more years it would have worked, the tour guide told the small group of international forestry students. The biological and political realities just didn't align with his timeline. As they walked through Monte Dorado, past faded buildings with peeling paint, one student asked, was it a failure or just incomplete? The guide considered this. Ludwig rarely failed. But here, perhaps he met his match, in nature, in politics, in timing. The invisibility that served him so well in shipping and finance couldn't work in the Amazon. Here, he had to be visible, and that changed the equation. Later, reviewing aerial photographs from 1979 compared with current satellite imagery, the students could see how the ordered plantation rows had begun to blur at the edges as the rainforest reclaimed small portions of its territory. Nature's patience was proving even longer than Ludwig's had been. In his final years, Ludwig had reportedly said, "Pick one thing, do it better than anyone for 50 years." The advice was being followed at the Ludwig Institute, where researchers continued their singular focus on understanding and defeating cancer. By 2015, LICR-supported scientists had contributed to significant advances in immunotherapy, including work on dendritic cell vaccines and the NY-ESO1 cancer antigen. Attribution in collaborative science is always complex, but the Institute's fingerprints were on many of the field's advances. At a conference in Zurich, Dr. Maria Rodriguez presented findings from a multi-center study coordinated across the Ludwig network. This is the power of sustained funding, she explained during the Q&A session. Cancer research requires decades of patient investment, something Daniel Ludwig understood intuitively, despite having no scientific background. A colleague later asked her, "Do you think he would be satisfied with the progress?" Rodriguez considered this. He was a businessman who measured returns in decades, not quarters. By that standard, I think he would see the scientific return on investment as substantial, though incomplete. Like his shipping empire or his Amazon experiment, this too is a long game. The legacy of Daniel K. Ludwig continued to evolve, a study in contrasts, the secrecy that became legendary, the failures that contextualized the successes, the fortune that dwindled but still sustained meaningful scientific inquiry. In the quiet reading room of the South Haven Maritime Museum, a retired professor closed a thin folder containing what little personal information remained about the town's most successful son. Outside, Lake Michigan stretched toward the horizon, the same waters where a 9-year-old Ludwig had first glimpsed his future, watching the great freighters move goods across an inland sea. "The invisible billionaire," the professor murmured. "Secrecy as strategy, vertical integration as moat, leverage tamed by contracts, and a monastic work ethic that became creed." He returned the folder to the archivist and stepped outside into the crisp autumn air. Somewhere across the water, in laboratories funded by Ludwig's fortune, researchers were peering through microscopes at cancer cells, conducting experiments that might someday save countless lives. It was an unfinished story, like Jari, like the questions about exact fleet counts and final investments, but it contained a certain symmetry. Ludwig had started with water, with ships, with the patient movement of value across great distances. Now his legacy continued in laboratories where time moved just as slowly, where discoveries accumulated like compound interest, where the final accounting remained years away. The invisible billionaire would have understood the mathematics perfectly.